Good morning, Mr. John Hammond. How you
Good
doing, man?
morning, Anthony. Happy Sunday. Hey, happy day 3 of ContinuumCon, man.
It's day 3. We're actually here. It's crazy because it always flies by so fast. So like that middle of the day 2 kind of just like rapid pace pickup. I've noticed at least. But we're actually here,
Yeah,
man.
I feel like day 1 is always something that, okay, we power through. Day
Yeah.
2 flies by, and day 3,
Yeah.
it's like, all right, we're at the end already. We're here.
That's it. So very cool. Good to have everyone as well too in the chat. Good to see everyone here. A lot of friendly, familiar names I'm seeing popping up. You're with us. We're happy to have you. John, I guess you got some slides as well too. We're gonna do a quick little run through of things again.
Is that A-okay? Yeah. Welcome,
Yeah, I think so.
everybody. Welcome to day 3 of ContinuumCon 2026, the cybersecurity conference that never ends.
Keeps on
Well,
going.
should I keep us cruising? Do you want me to do the old rigmarole, the old spiel?
I can go start going through them. If you want to drive that wheel of slides, I can start kind of ripping away. Go ahead.
Cool.
Yeah.
Well, how are we
So
getting started?
I think just a quick recap on what the conference actually is. We have a lot of new faces that always show up on the third day as well too. ContinuumCon is the conference that never actually ends. So this is our shtick. This is our thing. This is where we wanted to make a conference focus purely on the practical, hands-on content only. And then we decided to make it in such a way that you just keep the content forever. So if you do buy a ticket, you can go and do these workshops over and over and over and over and over again and just continue doing that. That is what the conference is all about. And what we do is we ask a bunch of really awesome people in the industry to come and create something engaging for you that they would like to do themselves, or something cutting edge, modern, something relevant to the times, something more experimental even. Or as like John likes to say, a buffet of sorts. So something for everyone. There is beginner, intermediate, advanced content from defense to offense to CTI to GRC. We've got it all. That's what the conference is about.
May I sprinkle in, if that's A-okay? Hey, folks tuning in know that, look, we're live. We're streaming out on YouTube, on Twitch, on Twitter, on LinkedIn, all these different platforms. And you tuning in to listen to the live stream is totally free. Hey, you could catch the stream. That's open, that's public, that's accessible to anyone and everyone. But if you did want to dive into the workshops themselves to get access to the virtual machines, the cyber range lab environment, the actual content, hey, actually being able to chip away at some of these tasks and activities and exercises, those do come with a ticket. But the awesome gimmick with ContinuumCon, as we say, that cybersecurity conference that never ends. Once you grab access to that, you keep stockpiling all of the previous year's workshops. So buy the 2026 ticket, you'll get 2025 content along with 2026. And next time we do this, what, at 2027, 2028, you'll keep getting everything alongside it. So I hope there's still some super good value for you with the workshops, the virtual machines themselves, the capture the flag content, so much cool stuff, and just grateful for your support.
Thank you. Cool. Day 3, what do we have in store today? So actually, first thing up, we do have Matthew in the backstage with us right now. He is going to teach you how to analyze malware. So yesterday was a lot of AI stuff, prompt injection, AI security. Today is getting a little bit back to the roots of what cybersecurity is all about, and that is triaging malware and finding out how it actually can hook into a system. So Matthew's going to kick us off with that. Up next, after that, we have Eeyore going in, and he is going to be teaching us the smarter AWS WAF. He's actually going to walk us through what I understand to be something that his company does. So this is actually a product type of delivery. This is something for all of you in the audience. If you're looking to see something that is a customer product that is in action in environments today, that's what he's going to be demonstrating. So that's something that's really cool, a hands-on takeaway you can walk away with that you can know is valuable and applicable to the real world. After that, we got Smeet coming in, and he's going to be taking a look at WannaCry. It is a bit of an older type of attack, but the forensic artifacts and the methodology, more than anything, I think is really cool to have a takeaway. So he's going to be covering up that right after that. And then moving on, I think we have Talus Jordan. So Talus, he's a Mr. Detection Engineer, super certified. I think he's got like every cert in cybersecurity, as I understand. Like if you look at his LinkedIn, he's got them all. He is going to teach us how to roll your own analyst, your own local SOC analyst, and also some CTI included as well too. So that's going to be really cool to check out. A lot of detection engineering content inside of that. And then we have Josh Allman and Ben Folland. Ben's back in for round 2. He was with us last year, and he taught us Man in the Malware, which was really cool. There was a whole Telegram C2 channel that he was messing around with. So Josh and Ben are going to be coming back, and they're going to be teaching us offensive threat intel and actually tracking and disrupting adversaries for fun. That's what they do. So you're going to see what they actually do to real life adversaries. Pretty cool. Now, we wouldn't be remiss unless we said a huge thank you. So this is a huge step for authors to come on stream, try something new. This is not like your typical kind of conference. So for us, this is a huge thank you for them coming on the stream, preparing content for all of you. And these workshops are actually more like micro courses, I think. They're not really just like a 20-30 minute kind of thing. Some of these are going to take you hours. They put a lot of work into this. So from all of us here at JHT, Level Effect, ContinuumCon, the whole family in the back scenes right now, big thank you to all the workshop authors, and big thank you to everyone in chat as well too and attending the conference. It means a lot.
Well, now, I can cruise through if you'd like for diving into a little bit of the workshops themselves. But I will help foot stomp just exactly that. Is that, look, this isn't just a PowerPoint presentation. It's not just the live stream. Once you get into ContinuumCon.com, the login button over on the top right will get you right into the platform, and the catalog there, you might be able to see at the very bottom of the screen. And while you open up that web page, there is a pretty important show more kind of a collapse and expand drop down. Once you click that show more button, that will present you with all of the awesome workshops presented here for ContinuumCon, the cybersecurity conference that never ends. And bear in mind, that's the buffet. That's the assortment here. So I hope that is something that's fun for you. And once you get into one of those workshops themselves, you'll be able to fire up those virtual machines, the live systems that could be included. Not all of them have workshops. I will say not all of them have virtual machines as part of the workshop, but if you do see a couple that are valuable, feel free to get them fired up. And there'll be some browser-based labs, but if you did want to, again, let me add that asterisk, not all, and say the word if you do need a little bit of hand, and hey, maybe we could get that turned on for you. Flip the switch to have a VPN, virtual private network, for easier access to those boxes and those hosts. I won't cruise through the whole Discord thing because I know, look, this is day 3. You probably heard all this before. Did want to get the obligatory rigmarole out of the way for folks tuning in. But I think the real fun, Anthony, has been what you've been cooking up with the Capture the Flag. Is that right?
I would say additional real fun, John. I don't know about the real fun, but definitely some additional good stuff. So the CTF has actually been extended until tomorrow. Surprise, everyone. I know we've had some people working away at it. We're going to give you a little bit more time because some people are actually just starting to hop on it right now. We want to let you get your hands dirty with it. So the CTF is a full-blown defer blue team type of CTF, a compromised Windows workstation with a finance user clicking on the wrong shortcut. Totally a normal thing that happens. And there is GRC inside, CTI, IOCs to hunt. There is detection rules to craft. And finally, it culminates in writing a full incident report and submitting that for feedback. So go on and check it out. Bunch of prizes too for anyone that plays.
I wanted to make sure I got that right for us. Is it the CTF extended to tomorrow, June 15th at 12 p.m. Pacific? Is that right?
Eastern.
Well, let me do a quick switch over on my little side.
Yeah, okay.
Wanted to make sure that was visible for folks as we kind of kept on cruising, but yes, super duper stoked for everyone diving into the Capture the Flag. With that,
code of conduct.
Yeah, code of conduct.
Just be excellent to one another. That is it. That's all we ask. We never had a problem.
So far.
Let's do it.
There's always a first for everything, I suppose.
Yeah. Cool. I think that's good, man. I think we got to bring in Matthew over here in a moment. So what else do we want to cover real quick, John?
Yeah, there's not too much left, but I will, if I may, just take the opportunity to really reinforce. Look, I'm so happy that you're tuning in with us here for the live stream, but the true value are these workshops themselves. Getting into the platform, getting into the environment, getting to see what all of these incredible people have put together, have made, and have built for you to all explore and learn from. That has their own walkthrough. That likely has their video presentation, not just, okay, what we're showing live stream, but as they walk through the exercise and the activity. Quizzes, some tasks in there, maybe virtual machines, of course, and labs that keep you going. So often You won't actually have all of the things that are present in that workshop just kind of crammed into the 45 minutes that you might see during the live stream, because there's so much for you there. That could take a heck of a lot more. So seriously, genuinely, you're not going to get everything from the live stream, the workshop, or where the party at. So please, please, please do go dive in. But anything that we wanted to hype up for the swag store, Anthony? Do you think it's worth calling that one out again?
Go buy some socks. They're awesome. That's all.
That's about it.
Yeah, that's it.
Socks, t-shirts, sweatshirts, mugs, stickers,
All
and
the cool
notebooks.
stuff.
A lot of fun. A lot of fun.
Cool, man.
Last thing, I think we've got some feedback forms flying around. We're going to have another one probably after the full wrap up of the show, but I know the weekend has been long, but we do genuinely need your input to see, how did this thing go? Did you have fun? Was it valuable? Would you recommend this to others? What do you want to see for ContinuumCon 2027 in the future? Genuinely, we need that feedback. Let us know how we're doing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, that's it. I am done rambling.
I think we're good. Yeah, let's bring Matt on, man. I want to see what he's doing over there. I want to learn how to analyze malware. Let's bring him on. Matt, you good? Give a little thumbs up in the backstage. Yep, we got it.
Howdy,
hey, man.
Howdy.
Good morning.
It's been a minute.
Yeah. How you doing?
Doing fantastic. How about y'all?
Doing well. Looking forward to seeing what you are preparing for us. You're going to teach us how to analyze malware today?
Yeah, so, first of all, it's an honor to be interacting with John Hammond and Anthony Bendis, for giving me such an opportunity here. This was sort of like my bread and butter, kind of starting wise. I think if we look at through the content that it's easier we pull it up here. Let's do this.
Do a quick little screen share check, yeah?
Yeah. Can anyone see it?
Just want to double check.
Yeah. So if, this kind of details my journey, but point being, when I started taking a look at malware, I think almost a year ago. Right. I almost kind of gave up on it because I was looking at ransomware. Not fun.
Good story to start, yeah.
But, it so happened that a cyber company had a malware position, so an analysis position that opened up, especially for an internship, and so that's kind of where I got my journey. And then as soon as I was looking at the books by it was one of the books by Kyle, but PMAT at TCM, I started getting really addicted, and also through the mentorship of several of my mentors that have provided me lots of guidance. So really, I walked you through how to install your virtual machine, because either way, you need to have it. You don't have to go through this entire installation. If you already have like a previous version of Windows 10, is a pretty good example, and have those Flare VM scripts installed, and also disabling Windows Defender. This is probably the most painful thing that I had to do, just because Windows security, Microsoft intentionally creates a bunch of layers, so you won't be able to disable Defender. But for us people who are just doing it to analyze malware, we're kind of okay on that. And
we're going to pop off for you, Matt. Sorry to interrupt you real quick. Looks awesome, man. Thank you for preparing this. We want to give you the stage and space, so go at it, man. We're going to hop off. Let you go.
And now I'm going to switch screens real quick here. Let's replace this. And then we'll just go. I'm just going to show the entire screen here. All right, so everyone can see. So now I have preloaded. I built out my Windows virtual machine by myself through as I was building out the course. I was also building out my Windows virtual machine as well. So one being, I have the tools installed, so Kappa, Quantum Strand. Quantum Strand you don't necessarily need. It's just there. You're looking to pull some strings. But in my case, I'll use a tool that is well known, or at least has been talked about by Anna Pham, who currently works as a hunt and response analyst for Huntress, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I'm just gonna run through my process on how I do it. Now, first off, I have Malcat installed, so I'm gonna go into the bin here. This is the professional version, so it's the full version that I have. If you're in the US, it'll cost you around $67 for 5 licenses, which is pretty good. And considering it's all-in-one functionality, it's excellent and one of my favorite tools. Except this, yeah. So then I've already taken a look at the malware sample here, but I've already extracted it. And just for reference, if for those who are looking for malware samples, look at Malware Bazaar. I pull a lot of my samples through there. So, anyways, now when we throw the file in with Malcat, right? There's a couple of things that I'm looking at. Number one is the SHA-256. If you're doing any, you don't really have to do any kind of analysis on samples if you have the file hash, and in most cases, we'll just copy here, and then we'll just throw it in a virus total. You'll have the information that you pretty much need. So like community indicators, right? Behavior, right? And then this API stuff, as well as whatever this is. And then you could look into relations, right? So the URLs that will call out to, as well as the IP address. And for a lot of it, this is pretty much, if you're just a regular analyst, this is pretty much just enough for you, right? You could tell your organization, hey, block this IP or block this domain and get rid of the file, right? But in any case, we are doing malware analysis, so we want to figure out, we want to find out what are some crazy things about this. So file name, as well as file version, and then its original file name. This is pretty important. Well, not as. And also, the other thing with Malcat is that it has rules that it'll fire off using Yara. So already, this Malcat had fired a bunch of rules here. So indicators of browser sealers, as well as crypto and keyloggers, right? And so what we can understand is, one, it records our keystrokes, right? It wants, there's information that it's gathering about your computer, as well as what it's going to do, as well as establishing network connections and multiple user agents. And it also indicators of that it will identify or look through the registry, right? If it's VMware or is it VirtualBox, in most cases, malware will do that. The intention is just so you don't, they don't allow analysts to look at the full scale or capability of what it can do or what it's going to do. Also hunt for antivirus as well as PowerShell scripts. So there is going to be some PowerShell scripts going on, as well as persistence mechanisms and lateral movement here. So with that, now what I'm going to be looking at here is I'm going to look at the strings to see what Malcat found when it was firing off those rules. And already we saw it here. So indicators, all right, software, Microsoft Windows current version run. All right, this is something that we see that malware that a lot of attackers use all the time to maintain persistence, as well as the other thing is this entire command line here, which is used with PowerShell as indicated through Malcat. Also, there's a couple of indicators here. Let me just run this real quick. Also, gathering information about what's happening on the endpoint, so like gathering network connections as well, commands, and just overall bunch of stuff. The other thing is, when I was looking at it too, and this was looking at Roblox, which was rather interesting here. Also, there are probably some indicators of scheduled tasks as well. So Solana, yep, crypto. And yes, we see that with scheduled tasks because of the /sc on /tr. So there's a lot of things that we already know about the sample. And the other thing I didn't mention here is I love the CASA code. So point being, Malcat has its own database. So where it'll find, as it's looking through a sample, it'll let you know about what's percentage wise what the sample is like closely related to. In this case, this is rat on rat here. All right. So now the additional thing is what I'll use too is kappa. Malcat already has kappa embedded, right? It runs with kappa. So in this case, I'll just go ahead and run it here. Just give it a couple moments here. Sometimes this thing can break, but you know, in live demonstrations, we don't really know what can happen. Come on. Oh, there we go. So already, right, the indicators that had Malcat fired off via Yara, we'd already seen here. So modified registry, as well as communication via TCP socket, and also persistence via registry run and startup folder. Right. So already not much else I really want to look at here. And from here, what I'll do is I'll run something. I have FakeNet, which is a network emulator. I'll run it to figure out where it's going to call out to. Yeah, but in just a moment. But something I do want to bring your attention to, we'll just go ahead. Where's that PowerShell script? Execution policy. All right, this entire in the string here. I'm going to pull up Huntress's report here because these are something. This is the same technique that has been used to disable Windows Defender, right? So point being, it's being used in real world environments all the time, and this is why malware analysis is pretty important. Now, with that, I'm going to go ahead and run FakeNet. Now, one important thing here: make sure you have your internet turned off on your virtual machine. And one way I'll do this too is that I'll look for, let's just say, pictures of cute dogs, right? And if it can't reach the page, it can't. This is a pretty good sign that, let's see, there you go. And how to do this, especially if you're using Windows, VMware Workstation Pro, I'm going to go into settings usually. And from here, I'll check the network adapter and set it to host only. All right, NAT turns on the Wi-Fi. I don't recommend it. This is so we can lock down the virtual machine, as well as also no shared folders. That's pretty important, but I'm kind of good here. So from here, what I'll do is where is my FakeNet? Well, there it is. So FakeNet is a network emulator, right? The entire point is to emulate network traffic. And because I have Wireshark installed, right, as soon as I run this malware sample, it'll save it to a PCAP file that I can then look at. All right, so we're going to run it here. Also, double check that I'm not paranoid here. Hold up. The host only. Yep, host only. Host only. Yep, cool. No, I don't want that, please. All right, so, and the other thing I want to mention here is you're running the malware sample too. Run it as administrator, otherwise you won't see all the network traffic. But in my case, I'm kind of okay. So I'm going to run as administrator. And what you're already seeing here is that there's a lot of stuff happening here too. Sometimes. Oh, see, there you go. And already we see that the sample here, rat on rat, had sent a request for a domain called club.ru. We're just going to keep it running here, and as well as IP.api. We already saw this in VirusTotal. The important thing is it's trying to gather information what is on this computer. In addition, browser stealer and also crypto. All right, so the intention is really just to gather money and steal it from here. And yeah, this thing is going crazy. So I'm already kind of done with this. No need. After it failed to get TCP table. Yeah. So from here, right, we could look at the. Hold on, I'm gonna adjust this real quick. I don't know if y'all can hear my laptop screaming, but from here, what I'll look at is where is conversations. I'll check conversations it's trying to have. These are all regular normal IPs. IP version 6, TCP. All right. Nothing is of really importance to me. So then from here, I'll check their DNS. Now, what we already saw via DNS here is that it was sending requests to a domain called pub.ru. Right. So I'm gonna look for the I'm also gonna look for any additional domains that it ran, which in this case, no. So here, I'm gonna go into Central Ops. Right, this is a really good tool. Pub.ru. And you can see that it was trying to connect to cloud. It was trying to connect to this IP address, which we saw through VirusTotal here, as well as the domain that had flagged. So, yeah. If you're in a SOC environment, you probably need to disable a connection or at least do an IP block here. And the other thing is, I was going to show. Actually, oh no, I didn't pull it up today. It's okay. You could also do it via a sandbox. You can also do analysis via a sandbox as well. So Triage is another great sandbox tool. I don't think I mentioned it. Nah, I don't think I'm going to show that. But yeah, now after I'm all done with the analysis here. So from right here, what I'm going to do is, and the other thing is when you're building out your malware analysis lab is that you got to make sure that you have snapshots. Otherwise, point being, and you're going to have to reinstall virtual machines each time you're doing an analysis. No good. So what I'll do is I'll restore my, go into the, yes, I know that. Also ramming up prices. Yeah. And just like that, let's go ahead and wait here. And yes, the malware is not there. So, and no, we haven't infected our computer. So yeah, that's kind of about it for right now. I don't know, and you know, the important thing is when you're again maintaining a safe and lockdown malware analysis environment is really ensuring that your Wi-Fi is turned off on the virtual machine, as well as no shared folders. Right, both are very important, as well as just having snapshots on your snapshots as you're going through the installation process, and then that way you can revert it. Malware is gone, as we saw here, just like magic. And yeah, that's about it on my end. Does anyone have any questions so far?
Hey, excellent job there, Matt. That was awesome.
Yeah, I hope I did a pretty in-depth explanation and really walk through my methodology.
I
Just
was
so
bantering in the background, you know, with some of our internal chat, spooky behind the scenes, but I was like, this is fantastic. I have heard of Malcat many a times, and I keep kicking myself because, like, man, I want to play with it. I should really start to learn that little solution and that sort of endeavor, but I have not yet. And it was so cool to see it in action, and then just how easy and simple FakeNet was to get going. I always just throw stuff into some dynamic sandbox online cloud thing like any
yeah,
run, but FakeNet you could just as well do it the same on your own.
you can right. I mean, triage is a really good sandbox to by recorder feature. Oh, also, I forgot to mention, as you're uploading stuff to sandboxes, you want to be careful about uploading important company information as well, because you
Mhm.
now if you're doing malware analysis just so on your own, right? You're just looking at malware samples stored in a sandbox, great, but be careful about sharing information. Uh, just because, especially in enterprise environments, you're hearing a lot of red teamers and pen testers getting information from those points, from those public sandboxes as well. So just something to be careful about. And now, does okay? I'll answer the question. Not BRVND0N. Does any run dot tree or triage replace the need for local VMs? Um, the answer to that wouldn't necessarily say it replaces those needs, and I'll dabble into that further, because because malware historically we just offensive guys and use malware or certain malware all the time, and so they'll embed some of those evasion measures, so time based delayed evasion. So point being, you won't be able to look at the sample and then probably just show it as like a false positive. So with that, you still kind of need you'll still need the hands-on analysis. I feel. Now, the other thing I'll also add too, there's also some downsides to doing hands-on analysis as well, because point being, you will see in some samples I've seen it's just straight up encryption, which sometimes Malcat can't see or some of the analysis tools can't see. That's just something to understand. You will still need automated and both. Well, you'll still need automated and manual analysis, and they all and both complement each other in various ways. So, realistically, to answer your question, not really. You still need manual and automated analysis. I hope that cleared up the question. I hope that answered your question. If not, you can always send me another question. It's okay.
Definitely an important thing to highlight over there, Matt. Did we have any other things going on in chat too, question wise? Yeah, Q&A time. Not a question. Okay,
I
just a
was
pop up.
helping Foster
Yeah,
in case there were any others that popped up.
yeah.
Can I ask? I know, and I appreciate you. Hey, giving a little bit of love and shout out to Huntress and Anna. Russian Panda is her handle online, right? Is that one of those, I don't know, threat intel or like malware analysis resources that you tend to dig into, or are there a whole lot of others? Are you tracking any other different locations that already give you a sweet write up or now? Yeah. Okay. Heck yeah.
Yeah. So this was another one by this is written by a threat researcher from that's currently at CrowdStrike, Dylan Barker. That this is it's slightly old, but some of the foundational techniques written there are still kind of the same. There's a hold on, let me pull the book real quick just so I don't forget here.
Mhm.
Kyle. So evasive malware, a field guide to. Let me post the. Is there any way I can post that in the chat? Hold on. Or
I don't think you can, but yeah, put in the back chat. We will drop it for you.
Yeah, so evasive malware, a field guide or to detecting and analyzing and defeating advanced threats by Kyle, who's a well-known reverse engineer uh, as well. So so that was where I found out about Kappa and some of the other tools including Kappa. Also, the course on TCM. Uh, it was Matt Keeley's PMAT. Now, another great resource. Other tool. I don't just use Huntress. I also look at CrowdStrike. I've also looked at Palo Alto Unit 42's reports, right? Because realistically, when you have organizations sharing these reports and analysis, it benefits cyber as a whole. Right? We get to everyone benefits as security professionals. I think when we're trying to just zone in on just one company alone, we're kind of just pigeonholing ourselves. Not my philosophy. I learn from everybody.
Nice. Yeah, like that. That's definitely one up for a lot of debate online. I know people like to share their opinions, right? How much do we
Yeah,
share? How much do we not share? It's an interesting area. That's
it
definitely going
is.
forward.
I mean, the other thing is you also don't want to break confidential rules,
Right.
right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, foundationally, I'm gonna get to your question in just a moment. Okay,
Yeah.
I saw the
Saw that.
dang. I forgot what I. But again, we can't break any like confidentiality just because if you look at any like SOC principles, right? What are the foundational principles of SOC? It's confidentiality, integrity, and availability, right? Confidential being one of them. Um, you break that, these things go bye bye. So now to get to your answer to answer your question, right? Malcat is useful for static analysis, right? That's what it's designed for. I feel. Detect It Easy. I've used Detect It Easy before. Um, Gidra, not my favorite. I'm sorry. All right. Malcat has this kind of all-in-one reverse engineering tool. So in this case, when you're pulling static strings, right? Why use multiple tools when you can use one, right? That makes analysis a lot quicker and easier. Now, there are cases where you have to use those Gidra or other tools, right? Detect It Easy, sometimes Kappa by itself. There has been instances where when I was using Kappa on Malcat, right, it didn't run properly. So then I have to I've had to analyze samples just using Kappa. There isn't anything wrong with it. You still need to have a variety of tools, but foundationally, your analysis techniques really shouldn't change. Has that answered your question, Brandon? Close my virtual machine real quick.
Give them a little minute there for that stream delay. They'll probably chime back in on you.
Yeah.
I guess while they're responding, Matt, I had a question for you because I've noticed in this industry, someone like yourself, you're really getting into the malware side. And I know that when people do, and I can see it in you, they're going to go really deep into it. So like, what is driving you so much into malware analysis, like specifically over other areas?
I mean, it's not just malware analysis that I love. I also
Yeah.
like incident response in forensics.
Nice.
Both are three main areas. I think they all support each other in various ways. Now, it was interesting because when I was looking at a quasar rat sample, I had no idea. I had no idea even that rat was used by the was a nation state, right? And so it just naturally developed. I naturally developed a curiosity for I naturally developed a curiosity, and it's just the kind of sense of like what are these offensive guys doing right now, and what can we do to stop and kind of track them down? What information do we need? It does kind of play into the kind of the threat intel side as well, but I think all very much so complement each other, right? I think malware analysis is just like one section of cybersecurity. All right, even if you look at dabble into forensics, right? Host ADS is one of those when you're looking at where the file was downloaded through the master file table, right? If I remember correctly. So, yeah, it's just a natural curiosity for learning about how these offensive guys are using them.
Yeah.
All right, and what are the novelty techniques they're using, or what other C2 are they using? And also keep in mind too, a lot of your offensive guys, they will use a lot of the open source tools, right? And the bottom line is, it's so that why recreate the same wheel over and over again when I can just use the same tool for my purposes? The main difference is I'm using it for my purpose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Yeah. A really deep interest curiosity kind of driving you into this. It's interesting, right? The psychology behind. I can hear it. That's kind of what's motivating you further. Very cool, man.
Yeah.
Let's see. I think we had a question as well too.
Okay.
Yeah.
Here,
One
I'll
more.
provide the hold on. Kappa installation.
Yeah, it's a good
One
one.
sec. I saw. Uh, okay. So, for love and peace, where do you guys get your malware from? Malware to for lab testing. One I'll pull up here. Actually, I'll just send it in the chat. Is Malware Bazaar. One of my favorite tools. Well, one of my favorite places to get malware samples. You can also look at VX Underground as well. But I'm also going to send in a trend box that I recommend people kind of look at too. Triage. Right, it records everything and network traffic, and it's also a lot more hands-on compared to. And I've used hybrid analysis as a kind of a starting point, but Triage allows me to get more hands-on, and all sandboxes will record everything as well. So yeah, and you'll be able to see the common techniques that a lot of these guys are using with their malware. So yeah, that was. Dang, I went pretty in depth.
Hey, you did a
True
fantastic
malware.
job.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Matt, thank you for putting all that together. That was a really, really good presentation. The content looks awesome. I haven't played with Malcat myself either. You know, John was mentioning that, and that's what we were chatting in the back, like, oh, this is really cool. And I'm like, man, I kind of want to go and mess around with that and do some little defer training. So very, very nice that you showed that.
No, not a problem. Hey, quote Anna for that one, right? Kindly.
Gonna let her know.
She was one of the reasons why I got started, and I've been addicted with the tool since then.
Excellent.
Awesome. Little shout out there. Nice. Yeah.
Ooh, another quick one just jumped in. I don't know if you're willing to keep dancing with another question, but
Yeah.
I do see, hey, some shout outs for it. Looks like you're cruising through your career. You're already advancing into awesome things. Do you have any advice for anyone that really just wants to do what you do, whether it's tools, whether it's mentality, whether it's methodology, workflow? We're grateful for anything you got.
So I'm advanced. I think anytime that you're advancing in your career, it's all due to curiosity. Right. I think you gotta have a lot of curiosity for things that you do. Listen, right? Let's just leave cybersecurity out of the question. I would be doing the same with martial arts. All right. I would be doing the same with reading self-help books and psychology. Right. I think, the baseline is curiosity, and it also develops passion for what you read and what you want to do. I think that's important. And the other thing is, I'll also add on to this too, is if you have a curiosity for something, right? Well, we'll just say, in this case, we'll just use malware. Look and hunt for and network with people that have done malware analysis. That's important too. Or let's just say SOC, right? Hunt and find the people that hunt and network with people that are doing SOC or doing defer, threat intel, because they'll be able to give you a lot more guidance. And now I've been around the cyber community for a little over 2 years, and the cyber community is generally very helpful. They've provided a lot to me as an individual, and I intend to give back. And I've also been doing that through the Ginger Hacker Initiative. I'm pretty sure John is familiar with that. I also spoke to you on the chats when you were doing on the live stream too. So, and also in various communities. So, okay. And question from Forensics with Matt. Have you studied Linux, Unix viruses, and malware? If so, what kinds have you studied? So Linux and Unix malware I haven't looked into quite recently, but I was looking at a ransomware sample through Unix and Linux, identity via triage. That's about it. I haven't looked into RAT or Linux. It's also, I don't believe those are quite as common, although a lot of the offensive guys are using Linux and Unix malwares as well, Mac OS malware a lot more recently. So yeah, that's at the moment. I'll dabble into like sometime later, but right now it's just ransomware was just one thing one of the malware attempts I looked at. Yeah.
Cool. Hope that answered the question over there. Yeah, definitely. Is Malcat? Here's a good question. Yeah.
Yeah, is Malcat? Yes, it is free. Good for starters. The light version is. Hold on, let me just pull up the. Let me get the.
Lots of questions around malware analysis. I had a feeling. Yeah, people like seeing this stuff. So
Yeah.
thank you, Matt.
So
you're doing well.
If you go through if you look, I sent the link about Malcat inside the chat. The light version does plenty. I did cover it in the. I did cover it. In the course. So, but yeah, it'll do pretty much everything what the full version does. Just you won't have access to the test code database. Okay. But yeah. All right. So how hard was it to get an internship? Great question. So for a lot of you, I do intern at a managed detection and response company. That's confidential, just because I don't want people coming after me right now. But the internship process is very brutal. I will say, because and the thing is, if you started networking the heck out, right, you'll have a lot more opportunities and mentors. I think people that are trying to move into it, and this is just it doesn't just go with cyber. You're looking at tech, you look at healthcare, right? They're all very difficult fields to break into. So, point being, if you really and yes, I did get paid. I am getting paid for my internship, so paid internships are cool. So, so if you're really looking for opportunities, you really have to network yourself. I mean, it's not just for internships too; it's also any cyber role or any role that you want to go into, right? Because without networking, you don't have those opportunities. But the other thing I'll also add is this: make sure you add value to people, right? Adding value to people is critical, right? They will never remember you if you don't add any value to them. So just remember that. I think, and I'll even say as I was on a committee for IntelliCon, so that happened earlier this year. It is a Threat Intel and AI conference. I helped build the Career Village down there, and because of that, I've had a lot of folks that were willing to help me out and get me into the industry. To shout out to Fayaz, he really helped me a lot here, and also a lot of my opportunities do come from networking as well as going to conferences. So the conferences are a way to network as well, and also just attending some of these talks. I'm sure like your local ISSA, ISACA, Cyversity, and some of the other nonprofit organizations will want you to participate. And really, it's a brotherhood. Now, that's hope they answered the question. Now, maybe you missed it. How am I? Oh, okay. This is a good question here.
This is a good one. Yeah.
Give me about 30 seconds real quick. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. So I've conducted my own tests using AI for malware analysis. I did posts on Claude and GPT and with my thoughts. AI does have some misses, right? It's no doubt about it. When you're thinking about like AI is made by humans, right? So when you put it in that perspective, there are going to be some flaws, right? All right. I think I'm a believer that technology reveals the person using it, right? And so if you're using Claude and GPT for malware analysis, you're kind of using it very trashly, it comes out as trash, right? That's something to consider. Right. I've had Claude write me an entire report on the samples, like the random rant sample that I used. Right. Gave me 14 pages, which is crazy, but it also eats up way more credits. So it's something to keep in mind. It's also why you have to put you'll have to put restraints on them. Same with GPT. GPT undoubtedly is a lot faster, but as for the foreseeable future, I don't see it replacing malware analysis anytime soon. Just because any tool that is created by a human, right? If it works faster, it also helps us get smarter. But at the same time, right? Any tool will always have its flaws. Malcat has its own flaws too, right? So if Malcat, Claude, ChatGPT has its own flaws, other tools will have its own flaws. All right. So, damn, I rambled on quite a bit there.
You are getting lots of questions. You're doing it well, Matt. This
Yeah.
is fantastic. Yeah, you are engaging the chat.
Did you guys get a chance to use Fable while I was up? No, I haven't. I was so busy the past few days. So it's been pretty difficult to catch up. I did see that that the government didn't like it, U.S. government didn't like it, so they're just like, oh nope, we're putting a stop to that. Bye bye. So, but yeah, I did see the entire when I saw Anthropic's Mythos was a finding of freaking millions of vulnerabilities. I was just like, huh, that's interesting. Right. I'm more curious about those vulns. Yeah, hot played RK. False seems like false positive on the U.S. government. That's kind of hard to say. To be frank, Inc. We want to be careful making those statements, especially for an industry that's like everything's so interconnected. Jailbreak doesn't seem anything that serious. Again, we have to be cautious, right? I mean, we can have our own opinions, that's fine, but at the end of the day, it's all contextual. Well, right? What Mythos works for one organization it won't necessarily do the same to the other, right? It's just, again, context matters. Especially because you're applying the tool to your environment, and every environment is foundationally very different. So that I veered off the malware analysis talk there for a little bit, but observe the comments. I figured I'd talk too.
Well, hey, if you're cool with it, Matt, I would love to just pull up the workshop that you had cooking just one last time, because seriously, genuinely, I love seeing all of the activity and interest and engagement in the chat. And I know folks were super duper keen on a little bit more malware analysis. So, hey, please do tune in. Get a chance to fire up your own virtual machines, get Malcat in action, try out FakeNet, and hey, go through all of the right procedures of getting a snapshot, making sure internet's off. Just learn that process. And thank you again and again for making this awesome thing for anyone to be able to dive into. Absolutely great workshop here, my friend.
No, not a problem. It's an honor to be talking with the folks of John Hammond and Anthony Bendis. It's been a real pleasure. It's been a real pleasure.
It's been great having you with us, man. Thank you for putting in all that work.
No.
And thank you for answering all the questions. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been fun.
Thank you so much, Matt.
We won't take up any more of your weekend, but thank you again. Till next time, Matt.
Take care.
Have a good one, man. Cool.
All righty, Anthony, what do you think? That's a pretty good kick-ass start to day 3 of ContinuumCon, huh?
I thought so too. Day 3 is shaping up with a bit of a different vibe, isn't it? Right? Like it's standing out. I'm liking it, man. He got a little philosophical there too. It wasn't just malware, but getting to the people behind it. I like how he said that the AI reveals the person behind it. So that's interesting.
It is super good. Those are all definitely things to think through, especially while you're figuring out your own career, your own vocation, your own passion. Like, look, it's all important to think of every aspect, not just the nerdy ones and zeros.
Yeah, definitely. Well, I see yours in the background. We actually do have take a look at schedule. We have a bit of a break anyways, but I know he's got a lot to talk about. So why don't we just have like a 1 or 2 minute kind of break over here and chat with him to backstage to see how he's doing? Do you want to do that, John, or do you want to just bring him on? How are you
Are you
feeling?
cool with maybe a 5-minute break?
Let's do a little
Let us
fiver.
get our bearings, and then yeah, tune in and check with Ihor and see. Hey, yeah, how can we start the party for the next session?
Yeah, let's do it because I mean, so for everyone in chat as well too, I mean, he just had a awesome pre-recorded video, but he has adjusted his schedule and he's happy to hop on stream and be here in addition to it. So that's awesome. Thank you, Ehor. Let's do it, John. Let's take a 5. Let's take a little bit of a break, get everything going, and we're gonna bring him on.
Sweet. See you soon, everybody.
Welcome back.
We
Good little
made it.
break there. Yeah.
Yeah, just enough
Congratulations.
time to get a
Mhm.
little drink. All good.
So, Eeyore's back in the stage. He is ready to go. I'm excited to have him on. Should we bring him on, John? Is it time?
Yeah, I mean, if we just want to dive in, absolutely. Let's do it.
Yeah, let's go.
Hey there, Ihor.
Hello, guys.
Welcome. How you doing?
Actually, great, but it's only a few hours till the Monday starts, so I believe that's probably the toughest part of the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm so sorry with all the time zone differences, but really, genuinely, hey,
That's
we
okay.
super appreciate you being here. Absolutely.
That's okay. That's even better when I had experience joining like 3 a.m. My time, so that was not that good.
Yeah, nice and alert over there. Well, I hope you've got some coffee and you're ready to go, man.
Yeah.
Eeyore, what do you got planned for us today? I understand some AWS stuff. Tell us more.
Actually, yes, because AWS WAF, it's something that like WAF. Okay, we have WAF. It seems that it can help us to actually somehow protect our resources, but not everyone knows how to deal with it when you have not only just one instance, but actually 10, 15 and more, and actually how to transform them into not something that you should monitor and spend your resources, and instead by actionable like in detect and respond resource. So this presentation was first mentioned on the AWS, the safe room stream, and actually I am happy to share my knowledge with the community because since that time I added a lot of new features, and even with all the things that we have now, like Mythos and so on, lawyer defense and defensive depths still actually works, and that's why one more lawyer like WAF can be helpful.
That's awesome, man. And tell me if I'm wrong or not, but I thought I read somewhere in one of the social posts, like this is something that is done at work, right? Like this is a service that you also manage? Like, is this something delivered to the customer in some shape or form?
Because
Awesome.
when customer reach out to me, because I work as both penetration tester and security engineer, and when customer reach out to us, so they do not have required expertise to build a WAF from scratch, because when you just put some rules, you enable them in block mode. That probably the first mistake when your legitimate customers won't be able to access your website. That's how it happens actually most of the times, and
Mm,
we are here to help them to manage all this stuff and actually to do this in the right way, because every step matters, and actually you should go this step by step.
that's awesome, man. Very, very cool to hear. Well, do you need to share your screen? Are you just gonna go and are you gonna talk? Do you have something to show? How do you want to do this?
Actually, yeah, I probably share my screen. I have a shortened version of my presentation because like full version will be available in the workshop files, and every participant will be able to actually access the presentation, like set the theoretical background that then go through lessons, through labs. But here I would probably do like a short presentation and later show how it works, like a complete setup in AWS account. I like specifically dedicated an account that can be dropped right after the presentation, because
Yeah,
all these OSINT stuff and actually tries that are now can be easily automated. You should keep it in mind as well.
absolutely. Cool, man. Well, go ahead and share your screen and we will test, make sure that it's all functional, and then we're gonna hand you the room.
Yes, so probably
Let's
now
take a
you
look.
should be able to see it.
Good to go. Anything else you need from us, Ihor, then?
No, let's make this happen.
Thanks again for coming on, man. We're gonna pop off.
Yeah, great. So hello guys, today I would like to present like a talk on how to transform your AWS WAF instance into something that works like 24/7 and actually not only bring you like some protection, but also bring you useful intelligence, can work as an engagement option for your team to better like be involved into security processes on the project, and actually what can be done with WAF in order to scale monitoring, because when you have like tools like WAF, probably one of the pitfalls is to how to manage them on scale. And actually with my team, in my experience, we invented a way when we faced the similar issue, and that's why I wanted to share it with you. So probably let's start. Just a few words about myself. I am a lead security engineer and penetration tester at a company called TechMagic with previous experience in test automation, security testing automation. I also AWS community builder in security category. I am contributor to some OWASP projects, also a speaker. I always like to share my knowledge with the community because probably the best way to learn something is to teach another person how this works. I often take part in CTFs, in different competitions, also publish articles in my Medium and so on. All the resources will be available, so you will have an opportunity to browse and actually pick something that can be interesting for you. So now probably let's jump to the agenda for this presentation. We will just have a review of what is AWS WAF actually, for some of you that probably may have not so much experience with it. Then we will talk about how to set up AWS WAF on your project from scratch, because there are a lot of common pitfalls, and actually it is important to know how we should done it in the right way, and actually what can be like wrong way, what can be steps that will probably cause issues within your legitimate traffic, and actually that's is what we definitely aren't going to achieve. Then we will talk about solutions that helps you to set up AWS WAF from scratch when you don't have enough expertise, but you need protection. It is security automations for AWS WAF. And last but not the least, we will talk about what to do with some situation when you have multiple AWS WAF instances. You have not so many security folks in the team that can work with them, and actually how to transform all of these into one powerful system that can bring you a lot of insights, a lot of details about the threats that your workload is facing, and actually what to do with them, like blacklisting and so on. So let's start probably with basic stuff. It is what is AWS WAF. So AWS WAF, it is a managed web application firewall service that can help you to protect your application workloads, whether it is like some web application, it is API endpoint. It helps you to work with geolocation blocking, with like some common attacks like XSS injection, like SQL injection, like different bots and so on. It also helps you to prevent account takeover, fraud, and actually more complex flows when set up in the right way. And actually, if we are talking about some resources that can be protected with AWS WAF, there are plenty of them. You can actually read more about this in the workshop lessons. Also, we as documents that can be shared. But usually, if you are talking about what works usually in terms of working with clients, it is Amazon CloudFront distribution, it is Amazon API gateway REST endpoint, and actually it is application load balancer, because usually also Amazon Cognito, because usually all these services are connected to real workloads. For example, it can be in situ instance, it can be some Lambda function, and actually they use it as a first point of protection, and actually point in your workload that handles the traffic. That's why WAF can be easily connected to these resources. If you're talking about, so what can we do using AWS WAF, because we know like shared responsibility model and all that stuff, but let's talk about common use cases. So first of all, I mentioned that it can be protection from common web attacks like OWASP top 10. Also, we are talking about API security because, due to the different reasons, especially if you're talking about modern workloads where we have LLM and all that stuff, rate limiting can be actually valuable protection method that helps you to not like overspend your budget, not hit the limits, especially when using third-party providers. Also, it helps to block some like reconnaissance attempts, invalid HTTP methods. It helps to protect endpoints that are sensitive, like login register endpoint, forgot password, gather some additional analytics. It helps to deal with bots because with the help of AI, we see a rise of attacks that are caused by, and actually not only caused, but also orchestrated by automated systems. We are talking about denial of service and flood protection, but if you are talking about like complete denial of service protection and distributed denial of service, then AWS have a dedicated resource. It is AWS Shield, and actually it is like dedicated resource to deal with those stuff. But WAF can also be helpful in terms of preventing RAID-based attacks, HTTP flood, and actually some extra checks and extra attack methods that are usually used by malicious actors. When we are also talking about such thing as compliance, because some of you probably know all this stuff, like you should implement a lot of things in your SDLC to be compliant with PCI DSS, ISO 27001, SOC 2, Type 1, Type 2, and all that stuff. Actually, when auditors come to you, they actually usually ask about how do you protect your resources, how do you manage evidence, and WAF makes it a lot easier, especially when we are talking about the fact that it is compliant and can be aligned with CIS, Center of Internet Security Benchmark. So it simplifies a lot of steps then, and actually cases areas that are usually covered by auditors. Also, we are talking about cost-aware deployment because FinOps practices and in general cost-aware development are important not only in terms of security but in terms of AI engineering and so on. So WAF is not an exception, and here we also have practices and limits that we should be aware of, that we should keep in mind in order to make this service as much useful as possible. Now, a bit about capacity units. It is probably one of the terms that you should remember. It defines the, let's say, budget for your web ACL. Web ACL, think of it as your sandbox for your all AWS WAF rules. So they live in web ACL. And by default, your rules can hit a limit of like 1,500 capacity units. It consists of rules and different rule types that you use. But if you have probably a large workload and you definitely need to use more capacity units, you need to add more rules, then you can extend this limit, but it will also cost you more. Detailed review of all these things you can find in lessons. Now let's talk about key facts to remember. If you're using JSON body inspection, it doubles the capacity units that are used by this rule. The same goes for like our similar situation we have for all query parameters and each text transformation. They also can add and increase usage of capacity units of your WAF instance, and that's why you should be careful with how do you manage your rules, what are the structure of your rules, because every like copy paste can end up with reaching and hitting your capacity units limit, and it will cost you more. If you are talking about sample architecture, as I mentioned, one of the things that is commonly used with AWS WAF, it is application load balancer. It is positioned in front of EC2 instances like ECS tasks, maybe some Lambda functions, and actually WAF helps to filter this traffic that is coming to our system, to detect some malicious patterns, even block them, block or count, you decide what should be done. And actually it also helps to gather useful analytics, because this analytics is your key to successful investigation and to successful reaction to any harmful actions against your workload. So if you are talking about where to start, imagine that it is your first day on the project, you are a new DevSecOps or security engineer, and client faced with a situation when someone tries to attack their workload. Because of these, legitimate customers are affected, they cannot access the website, as their accounts are under risk, and it's obviously a critical issue that should be resolved. If you are talking about costs, then we pay $5 per one web ACL. As you remember, web ACL is our sandbox for AWS WAF rules. Then every rule adds $1 per month. And if you're talking about analyzing requests, then you pay 60 cents for 1 million requests. If you're talking about inspection up to 1500 capacity units and default body size. But you can be additionally charged all the references and all the calculations you can do with AWS pricing calculator, or actually using official AWS resources, because as I mentioned, costs are an important part of everything we do in a cloud, and that's why it is important to control this aspect as well. If you are talking about rules, here you have like a flexible approach, because you can make your own rules if you have enough expertise. But I believe that nowadays, when we have access to different LLMs, when we have like a lot of references, guides, how to make it, it is not that hard. It is not a rocket science. You can make your own rules based on your specific needs, even with the help of LLM. Actually, Claude works with this well, GPT. And we have an option to get AWS managed and custom rules. Custom rules are often delivered in packaged format. So you purchase one package that contains a lot of rules, but in this case, you should remember one thing. It is a black box. So in case it won't work for your specific workload, then probably you will waste money and won't achieve some actually desired result. That's why in many cases, the combination of two probably works well, depending on your case, amount of resources that you can dedicate to development of custom AWS WAF rules, and actually expertise inside the team. If you are talking about actually what makes an efficient AWS WAF rule, then we should keep in mind several factors. First of all, it is like precision. We should avoid, where possible, analyzing all query parameters, all headers, and so on. So it is better to be aware about common attacks that your workload may face, conduct some threat modeling session to analyze your traffic, to understand who is your customer, who is potential threat actor. And based on this, you will actually be better prepared to make rules that won't use all your capacity units. Instead, you will work on the rules that actually are specific, are easy to manage, and do not duplicate each other in some parts. If you are talking about geographical limitation, that's something that actually probably one of the most easier to implement, but it has a great effect on the monitored traffic, and actually it can help you to block some attacks right away. Of course, it won't stop motivated attackers, but at least you can reject some automated attacks and you can stop some script kiddies. One important probably rule to remember that goes first, it is test with sampled requests. Also, like test with traffic that is expected to be handled by your application to ensure that new WAF rules do not block anything. If you're talking about rule structure, from my own experience, you can use visual interface to add simple rules, but in most cases, you should add like clear structure and exceptions. And all these exceptions are possible thanks to nesting. You can nest different statements, combine them via logical and logical or not. Also, when you are working with rules like rate limiting and rate based rules, you can use scope down statements, because they help you to exclude endpoints that are not, or traffic that is definitely not something that should be blocked and is safe for your application. And scope down statements have to combine the power of rate limiting rules together with exceptions that won't affect valid users. Also, avoid overlapping by redundant rules. No need to set up protection from everything. Start from something that you already know, or you like threat model it, and you know that these attacks are likely to happen with your application. So start from these rules and block these attacks first. It will build your cornerstone, your foundation that will help to add new rules to analyze some traffic and some data. And these insights will help you to build more efficient rules later. No need to add, like, let's say 10 rules at once and then think what's happened and where your request, legitimate request from your customer is blocked. Then think about priority. If you have definite limitations in terms of what geographical location can be used to access your applications, that put this rule first. No need to like add geo limitations, something in between, or actually as one of last rules, because it won't have an effect. And actually the same goes with blacklists. If you have a blacklist, then it is reasonable to put it somewhere on the top, so this request even won't reach more complex rules and you won't spend resources for inspecting this request. Labeling. Labeling is a powerful instrument that will help you a lot with combination of multiple rules. So you can label suspicious requests, and then you can later analyze them once again with dedicated rules that are working with those labeled requests. It helps you to build complex detection systems, and it helps you to build a strategy that is able to handle not just, let's say, burp suit scan, but something even more tricky, and actually something that cannot be easily detected by general WAF rules. Something similar to what I have already covered, it is always start with count, never block first. You should to be aware of traffic that goes through this rule, and you should to detect some exceptions that should be handled before this rule reaches production. Ideal case when you have a dedicated test environment and actually it is as close to production as possible, and you use this environment to test your rules first. Then, when you're sure that this rule won't block any legitimate traffic, the time is different. It can be 1 week, it can be 2 weeks, it can be 1 month. It depends on your current workflow and how it works. What are the stages? How do you release new things? How do you deploy something? But once you observed enough, once you're sure that valid traffic won't be blocked, it is probably a clear signal that you can move forward. Move forward in this case is meaning to like change action from count to block and obviously go to production. Because if you're talking about count mode, you can use it not only in testing, staging, but also in production, because it won't block anything, but it can bring you some useful analytics. Because not always staging and testing environments, they are close enough to real production data. And when you have some QA engineers in place, they can generate from, for example, a lot of traffic during regression. But we do not expect this to happen on production. And that's why when you have a rule in count mode, and you tested it enough, so it is able to filter and detect traffic that you are interested in, you can go and experiment with it in production, but in count mode. And only when you run it for certain period of time and you ensure that it works in the appropriate way, maybe there can be 1 or 2 requests that are blocked, maybe more, but no like critical blocking of legitimate traffic. Then you will be able to easily enable not count but block mode and start gaining real benefits from deploying this WAF rule. Actually, next thing, it is noise reduction. It is more about logging, because by default, if you're talking about logging, you have all these nice dashboards inside your AWS WAF. But you should also be aware of things that are not covered by these default instruments. And for this purpose, you can redirect your detected by WAF requests to CloudWatch, to Kinesis Data Firehose, to other systems. I usually use S3 buckets because you can set up object lifecycle, and it will save you some costs. Also, it is good enough for external auditors in terms of compliance, because You can always show what was like in 2 months ago, 6 months ago, and you can use all this data to feed in your like threat intelligence sources, maybe to add to your pipelines that actually build new rules, and obviously analyze with LLM to know what's to do next. And continuous testing is probably one of the most important facts, because when you are dealing with such system as WAF, only continuous improvement, only lessons learned can help you to improve and can help you to build new rules that are more efficient, that will help you to cover a lot more traffic. Also, your functionality probably changes, and you should take this into account as well. So continuous testing, continuous improvement, tracking false positives, it is the way that will help you to build efficient WAF system at scale. If you are talking about common pitfalls when starting with WAF, it is enabling block mode immediately, as I already mentioned, enabling all rules at once, ignoring capacity units budget, not filtering WAF logs when you just log all the requests, and it will generate massive cost not only in S3 but also in CloudWatch or any other system. For some rules like SQL injection and XSS, those are predefined match statements that are delivered and provided to you by AWS, but you should be aware that they are black box. So you cannot like discover what's happening inside. You just have the result. It is either matched these requests or no. And in order to avoid a large amount of false positives, be sure to set like SQL injection sensitivity to low, because when you set it to high, for sure you will have a lot of false positives, and this noisy rule probably in many cases will lead to a situation when you just disable it, and that's definitely not something that you want to achieve. Also, no allow IP allow lists, because in large teams, in large infrastructures, when you have multiple AWS accounts, when you have multiple testing systems, offices, there can be a situation when someone, let's say your QA team, just launched an automation script that do some security testing stuff as well. For example, for broken access control, common injections, and so on. If you do not allow list those IPs, then you risk their test to fail, and you risk to have impact on the team, and that's also not the case. So be sure to allow list IP addresses that are safe and are related to your infrastructure, to your offices, so no unexpected accidents will happen in the future. If you are talking about what to do if, okay, I do not know how to set up AWS WAF, but I need protection right now. So where can I go? And AWS has an answer for you. It is security automations for AWS WAF. Actually, literally, you can think of it as a pre-configured set of AWS WAF rules with all the required infrastructure, supporting infrastructure that can make your rules more efficient. What I am talking about? It includes easy to deploy pre-configured protection, usually deployed via AWS CloudFormation template. You can review the complete solution features, details in one of the lessons, and also on the official AWS pages. They will be included into learning materials. It can be deployed and right away attached to Amazon CloudFront application load balancer and give you some immediate protection. Once deployed, it begins intercepting web requests, and if you leave the default state of these rules as is, it will actually block those threads. It combines comprehensive logging capabilities and monitoring as well, so it can bring you a lot of insights to decide where to go next. When we take a look at infrastructure, about architecture diagram of this solution, we can see a lot of components. Central component, it is our AWS WAF instance. It is our web ACL. There we have AWS managed rules, allow list, deny list, SQL injection protection, XSS, HTTP flat, and some other rules, as well as bad bot protection. Then we have additional infrastructure. It is AWS Lambda that updates your reputation lists on hourly basis. It uses external threat intelligence services and is quite powerful because it helps you to work and detect threats that are already known to threat reception communities. It also helps to analyze your access logs. Access logs means when you configure application load balancer or Amazon CloudFront, you can also log all the access requests to this resource in, let's say, S3 bucket. And when you connect this S3 bucket to a dedicated AWS Lambda functions that is deployed together with this solution and it can be enabled, you receive additional level of protection. And it helps you to analyze IP addresses that cause a lot of internal server errors, a lot of batch request errors, and you can use this data to actually block those IP addresses and do not allow them to reach your workload. There is also something that goes as extra, but probably I won't stop on this in scope of this demo. Let's probably go to the pricing overview, because as you know, pricing is one of the cornerstone of every solution, and actually solution itself is free, but you pay for the AWS services it provisions. So be careful when configuring this stuff. First of all, if you're talking about WebACL, still $5 per month per WebACL. Then we have rule groups, $1 per month per one rule. Then we have inspection costs for 1 million of requests that are processed. Then we have managed rule groups. For bot control, it is $10 per month. Actually, if you need some other managed rule groups, because after deployment, you can customize this solution. You can add another managed rule groups that are offered by AWS and its partners. So also, those powers with Kinesis Firehose, with Lambda, Athena, and so on, they are optional. If you do not need these scanners and detection, like props method and part of infrastructure, you can just disable it and not use in your deployment. That also works. And to be honest, I would recommend you to disable this part from the start, because later, from my own experience, it is better to develop your own rules to detect malicious activities that actually do not match existing patterns and existing rules. You can set it in code mode and use it as your threat intelligence feed, because you can store those requests, you can analyze them via different sources. You can connect your LLM to it, and actually this rule will work as a source of further improvement for your AWS WAF. So yeah, if you're talking about default stuff, let's say it is probably all like this one, scanner and prop Athena log parser enabled. You can just disable it and go with your own rule instead. It will save you some money, and actually it actually won't affect your deployment a lot. Now let's talk about monitoring of your WAF instance. When you have only one AWS WAF instance, everything works good. You have one WAF instance, you go to it on periodic basis. By default, samplet requests from AWS are available for the last 3 hours. But what happens when you have a lot of these instances to monitor? That's actually a question that raised to me several years ago, and I decided what can I do with all this stuff, because I need to monitor several AWS WAF accounts. I need to do this 24/7, and obviously I cannot work like entire year 24/7. So I decided what can be done in this case. And actually, if you're talking about standards metrics, as I mentioned previously, you can access samplet requests for the last 3 hours. You have some CloudWatch metrics. You can set up alarms. You can have dedicated dashboard per rules, but it was not enough in my case. That's why actually I managed to develop own solution. It is called WAF Monitoring Lambda. And actually, what is key features of these solutions? First of all, it analyzes your AWS WAF logs and produces regular analytics to your team. These analytics can be customized. So I provide an open source general solution, and then you can modify it according to your needs. Thanks with the help of Cloud Code and so on, it is possible and accessible to many teams now. It produces also daily analytics. So obviously, during the night, you probably want to sleep. So once you actually wake up, you want to review what's happened during the last night, last weekend, and so on. And Lambda can help you with these tasks and produce daily analytics reports. What IP addresses were blocked, how many traffic from different IP addresses arrived, what was this traffic. Also, it can send analytics to Slack because Slack is the messenger that used by many teams, and you can customize it to use email and other communication channels. Slack was just my preference back these days. And actually, it uses not just worker threads for parallel processing, so Lambda won't last a lot of time. It has timeout in most cases. In my experience, it was like 3 minutes, and it was enough to process even hundreds of thousands of requests. Then it significantly reduced the amount of time required to maintain your WAF, because you get a structured analytics and a snapshot of the main points to review. You don't need to go through every request, analyze all these fields, and try to construct them together in your head. And it also capable of blocking automatically blacklisting malicious IP addresses for the defined period of time. If you're talking about solution actually itself from the architectural perspective, then we have our AWS WAF, we have AWS Amazon S3 bucket for storing our logs, we have our Lambda that is able to communicate and manage IP sets that we use for blacklisting, whitelisting. It also sends some analytic to Slack, logs all the things that happened to CloudWatch, so you can always monitor if your Lambda is healthy, or if there are any issues that you should take care of, and event bridge rules to run all this stuff. It is an just example message that you can receive, but as I mentioned, you can customize it according to your needs. In this case, I used like 3 additional threat intelligence sources. It is Abuse API DB, it is Threat Book Info, and Virus Total for analyzing the captured IP address and some information on requested URLs by this address, top payloads, and what was rule action for this specific IP and this specific rule. Now, if you're talking about pricing, and it is one of the things that I like the most, because this solution is pretty cheap, because for like mentioned here configurations that was more than enough for me on all the projects that I worked with. Actually, it costs you up to even less than $2 per month, maybe even up to $10, but it saves you a lot more. If you're talking about human resources required to monitor all this stuff, and actually required to blacklist malicious IP addresses as soon as they arrive. So probably one more thing before I go to the demo. It is about cost-effective AWS WAF strategies and key things to remember. You will also meet them in the resources, like lessons, labs, but I will briefly manage them here as well. It is to optimize your log volume. We already discussed it. No need to store all the requests. You can store something that is most important to you. It helps you to save up to 90% on your firewalls and actually S3 costs. Then manage your capacity units budget. There is no like final point for improvement. You still can review your rules. You still can change its structure according to what you gathered over the last time, and in this way limit your capacity units budget, lower it, and actually have a lot more opportunities. If you are talking about analysis, just in my case, Lambda works better, especially connected with S3 bucket, and actually that is a solution that helps you to save a lot of time. Also, try to keep one web ACL per region and associate with multiple resources. It is not always possible, because when you have CloudFront and when you have some original API gateway endpoint, and you need to it to be accessible in Europe, then you won't be able to have only one web ACL for the both of them. But when possible and you deploy in North Virginia, that can be an option. Also use lifecycle policy management to cut costs and actually use your S3 bucket more efficiently. And use infrastructure as a code for rules management. It is actionable way on how to track changes to your rules, how to iterate over the improvements, and how to keep things on track using GitHub or any similar version control system. This more about how to integrate WAF into DevSecOps processes. So in general, as I mentioned, automated testing, rule version control, CI/CD WAF deployment. So it is structured. It is like it is always easy to check. It is always easy to debug. It is predictable. AI-assisted rule review, because actually now it is a thing that will help you a lot. Infrastructure as a code for WAF rules, and observability as code. Define your alarms and deliverables in infrastructure as a code. So for every new account, you will be able to easily deploy all that stuff. Additional resources that will help you to start work with all these things. And probably, yeah, that's it for the part of presentation. Now let's move to the actual demo. The same setup you will have in your lab. So actually, what we have here. Actually, we will have CloudFront distribution that is used to deploy some sample websites that I wipe coded. Let's think of it as some sample cloud security block. And actually, each is just single page application, no some interacting stuff, search and so on, but it is more than enough for the demo and for showcase how WAF works. So, okay, we have our CloudFront distribution. Now, let's see how it works on the WAF site itself. We have IP sets, one IP set for allow list. As you remember, you should always gather a list of IP addresses that should be allow listed, and they should not be blocked by your WAF distribution. Also, WAF monitoring Lambda block list. This block list Lambda will use for actually adding IP addresses that are malicious and should be blocked by the solution. And we have our web ACL. It is our sandboxes for rules. Let's briefly overview how it works under the hood. We have allow my IPs. It is like top priority rules, because if this IP should be whitelisted, no need to process it later in the cycle. Then we have auto block list, the same logic, but in reverse order. If this IP is malicious, no need to work on it further with other AWS WAF rules. And we have sample access protection rule. As you can see, capacity units cost for this rule is noticeably higher than other. And for the AWS WAF, that's it. You can manage your resources that are connected to this particular WAF web ACL. When you attach multiple resources, the processing can actually linkage of resources to your WAF instance can take some time, so just remember it. And if you're talking about dashboard, it is your central point of view on what's happening, actually, what are the insights. You can also review from what countries someone tries to access your workloads, and some other analytics, as well as sampled requests. But you should keep in mind that actually it will not work well when you have issues with, let's say, some instances that probably won't go well, and as I mentioned, only last 3 hours. You won't be able to view more. Then let's talk about the Lambda itself. Just a quick overview. So we have event bridge rules connected to our Lambda function. The solution itself is open source, so you will be able to access it via GitHub clone and just use it. And yeah, all the points regarding configuration, regarding how to start working with your Lambda, how to set up it from scratch, you can use it directly on the labs. And I hope you enjoy this. Anyway, I actually added my LinkedIn and other communication channels. So in case of any issues, you can reach out to me and I will be happy to answer questions as soon as I can. And here, probably not a like full demo, but you will hopefully enjoy it on the lab part. And yeah, that's probably it from my side for today. And now I'm ready to view some questions and answer them. Yeah, so one of the questions was by not logging all requests, doesn't it make investigations difficult when you are trying to identify known threat actors accessing your site? Actually, it depends, but as I mentioned, you can add a dedicated tool that will be your threat intelligence source. It will be in count mode, so it won't block any requests, but it will work instead of these allow requests logging and filtering. So you will be able to add some custom criteria and use this rule for analytics. And from my own experience, actually it works well. So no need to enable logging of all requests because it will produce you a large amount of different logs, different requests, but with no real value. So just by adding a dedicated rule on in count mode on threat intelligence purpose works well. Then geo-blocking can often be incorrect. How do you improve or compensate for it? As I mentioned, scope down statements. If you are pretty sure that this particular request should not be blocked, by enabling your rule in count mode first, you will be able to detect that something goes in a wrong way. And by adding scope down statements, you will be able to fix this thing. Also, connected and combined together with labels, you can just label this request. No need to block it right away. If you are not 100% certain that it is malicious and it should be blocked by default. So you can combine labeling and further processing by another rules. And in this way, your rule will be narrow to specific use cases, and actually you won't block malicious traffic. That's how it works. And in my experience, I often use this approach because in most cases, unfortunately, you cannot strictly define a list of countries that should be blocked. And also, we should remember that VPN and all that stuff make it less effective because your attacker can just change IP address via VPN and that's it. They still can access and attack your resource, and geo-blocking won't help in this case. So a combination of different approaches will work and help you to compensate for it. And yep, I believe that's it for as of now, at least.
I like how you say that you believe that's it. That was not it. That was packed, Ihor. That was a huge, huge presentation. Very knowledgeable, man. Clearly, you have some experience. You've been doing this for a number of years. I can tell. Thank you so much, man, for putting that together. Yeah, I was about to say, perfect, John. Thank you for sharing the screen to show the workshop.
Just to add a little bit of extra visuals. Hey, if folks were super duper curious, really wanted to help shine a spotlight on, look, you can jump in and play with this just as well. All of the workshop that you have prepared here, Ihor, is fantastic and phenomenal to, hey, still have the video representation of kind of what you've covered through this, some good insights and resources with the PDF files there that folks can download, and really being able to actually play with this all inside of the AWS environment. So phenomenal stuff. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
I think we also had one more question, Ihor, as well, too. So AWS WAF versus others. So you're really big on the AWS side, but I guess the question's asking, what about others? Do you have an opinion on other infrastructure and other platforms?
Actually, I believe that this approach with Lambda works on any platforms, whether it is GCP, whether it is Azure, because as we know, cloud services across different providers, they are connected. So you still have WAF, but in GCP, it can work slightly in a different way. And there we have cloud function, but still we operate with WAF. So you can reproduce the same infrastructure in other providers, and that's not something that should stop you from using this solution. I use WAF because actually it depends on the choice of my clients. But I had experience in deploying the same stuff in other providers, mostly in GCP, and it works well. Especially now when you have access to LLMs, Cloud Code, and all that stuff, you can easily rewrite your Lambda to work with other providers, and that's it. If we are talking about like specific preferences, I tend to use services that are native for the specific cloud, because you have all X actually in one box. You don't need to research for another solution. Yeah, you can purchase some commercial solution and connect it to your system, but you can lose some visibility. You out of like this shared responsibility that cloud providers give to you. And actually, that's something that works best when you have everything connected together, and that's why native solutions work well. But as I said, you always can customize it and connect to GCP or Azure.
Cool. Cross methodology over there. Thank you. Eeyore, I had a question for you too, because I even saw some people in chat, right? So someone's saying outside of their wheelhouse, but they're really excited about it. What do you have to maybe share with newcomers? So this is a pretty interesting area in cybersecurity and IT. If someone just want to get started on the infrastructure side in AWS cloud infrastructure, what would you recommend? Like how could they get started?
Actually, in my Medium, I have a dedicated article on where to start for cloud practitioners, and actually there you can access all the resources. Also, you can follow my blog in LinkedIn, and you can access some stuff there as well. I will probably try to find this stuff now. Maybe it will be possible. If not, by using this like link tree that I provided, you can access all my Medium. Yeah, that's it. Learning path for cloud security specialists, and it covers everything because. Even now, with all these LLM era that we have, cloud security is still as important as previously, because now we have also this a big domain of private LLMs. And when you deploy something in your, let's say, AWS GCP, no matter which account, then you should secure it. And that's why DevSecOps specialists are also in demand, because you need a person that will walk through it and will be able to set up it in the right way. We still have a huge demand for these specialists, and that's why it is a great area to start and move forward.
I love that you have that written up, just ready to go to provide to students. Thank you, Ihor.
Yep.
Cool. Any other questions in the chat? Anything else you want to ask Ihor while we have him on stage? Very thorough presentation and a packed workshop. Give it
Actually, it's a pleasure for me to be here, because I first heard about John during ContinuumCon in 2020. It was one of my first CTFs, and I am proud to be here as a speaker after several years, because I was involved in OWASP community on the regional level. I also contributed to some global products, and for me to share this experience with other people, to maybe cover some gaps that back then I wasn't able to access via community, then it's great, because the more people know how to secure those stuff, the less chances that someone will just steal your data and do something malicious.
Well, thank you for being here, Ihor. This was wonderful. You did a fantastic job. And hey, I really hope some folks do dive into that workshop. Thank you again and again.
Thank you very much, man.
Yeah. Thanks.
Cool.
Well, if you're all right with it, I guess we'll pull you off stage and we'll start to get ready and prepped for the next session, as we're keeping ContinuumCon, the conference that never ends, cruising. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Hope you get a
guys,
little bit of
thank
sleep
you.
too, man. After
Yeah,
up
thank
so
you a
early.
lot for making this conference, because it is an important initiative, and I believe that it should happen on annual basis, because a lot of people need to learn this, and yeah, that's a great initiative. So huge kudos, guys.
Excellent.
Appreciate it, man.
Take care.
Have a good day.
All
Yeah,
righty,
wow.
Anthony.
Years of experience there, man. You can tell he is very, very knowledgeable on the cloud security and infrastructure side. So that was
Absolutely.
awesome.
He was sharp.
Yeah.
Well, what's coming up next, do you think?
I think we might have something around WannaCry. Last I
Mm.
checked, we might need to take a little bit of a break, give Smeet some time to set up, see how he's doing.
Yeah, I wanted to add a little bit of a disclaimer for this one because I think we're still waiting to see, oh, do we have the full workshop curriculum, content, and material kind of staged and available within the platform?
Mhm.
Still double checking on that. So if we need to say, hey, the accessible lab book, the guidance, the write up there is coming soon. I'm thinking we're waiting to hear from Backstage Production if that's still in the works, but wanted to let folks know Smith does still plan to appear and, hey, show live his presentation, but giving it a little bit more time for him to get part of the party here with us. What do you think? Do we take a 10-minute break, maybe 15-minute break, give him a smidge of time to get here?
Give him a smidge. Yeah, I say we do a little 10-minute break because I think he's supposed to be coming on at the 15-minute mark right after this. So yeah, let's do a little bit of a 10 and give him some time to settle in, and then we'll pop back in. Everyone else, go get your coffee, your water, stretch your legs, jumping jacks, all that.
See you soon, everybody.
See ya. I love that little music, as we kind of enter in.
Part of me feels so bad. It's like every single break comes back with us just jamming out, us just dancing. But it's so good. It's so fun. It's
Yeah.
so casual.
I love it. Cool. Well, nice little break. Hope everyone got some time as well to stretch their legs. We have our next speaker in backstage.
Yes,
Right now.
he jumped into the party, and I honestly really appreciate sprinkling in these little breaks every now and between the sessions, because I know today, while we did have a longer air quote lunch break both Friday and Saturday, now today, I gotta be honest, we don't have that. So hey, we're taking the opportunities to stretch our legs every now and again. But I like this cadence. This is chill. It's casual. It's ContinuumCon.
It's good. Nice little marathon. Well, I think we should bring him in. Smeet, like a little thumbs up and let us know that you're good. Cool. I see the
Excellent.
thumb. Thumb means let's go. Welcome to the conference. How you doing, man?
Okay, thank you so much for having me. How are you doing? Thanks for the asking me. I'm good. How are you guys?
We're
Excellent.
doing well, man.
Okay, so can I start? Or should I start share my screen or?
Well, first things first, maybe tell us what you got in store for us, man. Tell the
Little
chat.
teaser.
Yeah, I'm planning to share. I'm trying
Ready
to
to go.
explain into my pivot. Yeah, yeah. So let me give my brief introductions to you guys. So my name is Smith Naik, and I have the 5 years experience in cybersecurity and digital forensics. Currently, I'm working with Cyprem Software, which is located in the New Jersey. I'm from the New Jersey base. So apart from that, I have interested in digital forensics and cybersecurity domain. So I have write a multiple research paper and the book, and also publish it in the IEEE conference, and the book is on Amazon. So, and apart from that, I have also invited from multiple cybersecurity conferences such as Hack the Space at the Kennedy Space Center, NASA, beside Orlando, besides NEPA and CCon. CCon, in the CCons, I regularly and repeatedly I was invited. Just 2 days back in the New Jersey, I was in the CCon. So yeah, this was about me, and today I'm going to also represent my own research works. Then that's the outstanding research, and I hope you will really enjoy the sessions. Yep.
Well, I know we're still waiting to get some of the workshop material and the curriculum sort of courseware itself over into the quick ContinuumCon platform, but that is a-okay. I know, hey, you're running the show here, so for folks tuning in, please, please, please do pay attention, because this is going to be the sweet, awesome stuff that you'll be able to dive into coming soon. Maybe tomorrow, a couple days, we'll get it in there as quick as we can. But honestly, Smeet, hey, we're just so happy that you're here. We'll give you the show,
Thank
my
you.
friend. The floor is all yours.
Yours.
Thank you.
Nice.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
See you soon.
Okay. Okay, can you see my screen, guys, now? Hello?
Perfect. I
Yes.
see it up here.
Good.
Okay. Yeah. So let me walk you through today I'm going to talk more about my research project, which is titled around the analyzing the WannaCry ransomware data recovery using digital forensics techniques. So this is my own research and the framework I have used, though the framework I have developed my own for the recovery purpose. So the main research, the main purpose of this research is about how you can recover your data without paying the ransom money to the attacker, right? So I know everybody from the cybersecurity background, some having some the AI and the ML. So as of nowadays, is a ransomware is create the more challenge in terms of the recovery, recovering of your data, also your recovering of your organization. So my main focus is so how you can recover your data without paying the ransom money to the attacker, right? So this is the main my motives regarding these sessions. So in this course, I'm going to introducing about the types about the ransomware, the model of the ransomware detections techniques, then how you can compare with the existing methods which are available into the internet, the proposed framework. So that the framework which I have developed my own framework that's called the 2DRA model. I will explain to the later, and about the overview of the WannaCry and the experimental analysis. I hope that in the experimental analysis I have added the all screenshot and all the materials I will uploading into the soon into the or the portals where you have the all informations, plus you have the virtual files if you want to do by your own research, and if you want to do the same the forensic investigations. Okay, so let's move forward. So, what is a ransomware? So, ransomware is basically about the malicious code, so that's a return to target to encrypt your data, to sorry. So, ransomware is it is simply is a malicious software. So that's the encrypt your data, right? So the main purpose of the ransomware is developing is about how you can log the someone's data and how you can ask the ransom money. That's why it's a name called the ransom. That's the reasons why its name is a ransomware. So once you lock someone's data and you asking about, hey, I have locked your data, and if you want your data back, give me some kind of the dollars in the amount of the ransom monies. So let me talk more about why the ransomware. So if you see the static analysis into the last couple of years, so ransomware specialists come to the AI and the machine learning involved into the IT field. So the ransomware create the more and the most diverse attacks, such as the phishing, malware, the DDoS attacks. Uh, Also, the ransomware it's used the uniqueness of the attacks, right? So that's also targets both schools, business. Even in this my studies, I have noticed that the ransomwares always targeting to the hospital servers. So in the end of the sessions, I will ask you guys why this ransomware attacking the hospitals, specifically servers. Why? So if you just want to do the your own research, just do it. I will ask you questions into the end of the sessions. Why this ransomware attack into the hospital servers, and why it's happening on the Monday morning? Why not other days? I mean, why not Tuesday? Why not Wednesday? So if you just see the statistics, the ransomware across the attacks, it's happened into the Monday morning. Okay, so further here I have explained about the like the statistics and the how the impact, the global impact of the ransomwares, right? So if you see the statistics, the specialists involving after the cryptocurrency, right? The recently the colonial pipeline, the incidents, right? The that was like the biggest ransomware attack, and the ransomware they have used the sample that was the black cat ransomware. So that ransomware, it is as of now, it's a most advanced ransomware virus is nowadays, because no one can like identify, even the forensically they are not able to identify what are the encryptions keys they are using, what are the private keys they are encrypting, and how the encryptions, the scenario and the encryption flows is going on to encrypt the data. So as a result, the Colonial Pipelines company, they're like agree to pay the $4.4 million in the bitcoins, and that's a lots of money in the dark side attacker groups. I think the dark side hacker group it's located into the Russian base, so that's why uh, that's why this the ransomware it's more advanced, just because the ransomware code is written by their own languages, so it's really hard to decrypt the all code, and it's really hard to identify what's going on and what is exactly doing. For instance, like what kind of this file servers is going to encrypt it, and how much does it feel like spreading like this worm, and how many like the endpoint is going to be encrypted. So the ransomware model, how the ransomware model is works. So everyone having the one questions how the ransomware is working. So first, it generate the one key. So that's like if you know the file system architecture, so that's advanced generate the key pair using this asymmetric encryption schemes that's embeds the public key into the market. So it's basically, if you have the one file and the file has the one common public key, so the ransomware just remove that public key and put their own public key to encrypt the, the data. The malware encrypt the victim's data using the random symmetric keys that's called the malware public key. So what's happening is, so if you want to decrypt your data, right, so then you need this you need to decryption keys. So that key is only how the attacker, so that's the reasons why we want to do the forensics, and why this forensics investigations plays a crucial role into the ransomware data recovery. So this procedure is encrypted to like the two data encryptions, the asymmetric encryption and the symmetric encryptions. So the malware send the one attacker and display the ransom message to the user. So it's basically send the one message like, so what the happening is, the attacker send some attachment like saying that the love letter or something like that. Hey, you have won some kind of the billions of the dollars. So after that, having the fake malicious links, it has the one the ransomware, the exe files. So once the user click that exe file, so that the exe is automatically downloaded from the user's computer and start encrypted, and it's also sending the all data to the attacker servers. So this is the how the ransomware models works. So let's talk more about the ransomware types. There are lots of ransomware types in nowadays. So major common type of the ransomware is about the crypto, right? Because major maximum the major WannaCry like the ransomware is using the Bitcoin. Some of the ransomware, like some of the ransomware is using the Ethereum and or other cryptocurrency. But in most of the case, currently the ransomware, the sub variant of, they are using the Bitcoin for taking the money, and those all are the like the encrypted and the secure wallet they are using for making the payment. But there is no surety, once you made the payment you will get your 100% data back. So here in the right hand side, I have explained the more common type of the crypto locker, crypto wall, Tesla Crypt, WannaCry, Maze, the dark side, which are like the dark side, it's used for the Colonial pipeline. Okay, so those are the like the most common ransomware category. So I believe so it's almost about like more than 20, and it's more than 20, right, as of now, regarding the ransomware subcategory. But the thing is, like each and ransomware subcategory have their own different behavior analysis. If you see some ransomware, just like the Tesla Crypt or the CryptoLocker, so what they are going to do is they are not encrypting your hard drive, your primary partitions. They are encrypting your all other locations. Let's say, for example, you have three partitions on your computer, like the C drive is your system drive. So what they are doing is the CryptoLocker and the other ransomware, they are not encrypting your system files, they are targeting to the logical files, right? So where the user easily store their data, for example the D drive. So they are like encrypting the data for the D drive, E drive, the rest of the D drive will be the remaining same. So that time the user like didn't understand, hey, what's going on, like my system is running normally, but why my other partition got the corrupted or affected with the ransomware. So this is the things happening with the ransomware. So other viruses, like the type of about the ransomware is the locker viruses, right? The wine locker, the police step ransomware, and the locker jaw. So those viruses are like the very old viruses, and it's still some the attacker is using just for the like the taking the ransom money. But I believe so the locker ransomware is it's no more existing in digital world, but the still same the crypto ransomware is still like the many attacker are using to encrypt and taking them like the ransom money for them. Okay, so how you can detect your system is got affected with the ransomware. So there are like the two techniques to identify or detect like the detections your machines got affected with the ransomware. The first one is the static analysis. So what is the static analysis? The static analysis, like if you know about the like malware analysis, if you know more about the SCADA rules or the malware analysis, or so that you have to investigate the malware sample without the running the code in the backend. That involves identifying the uniqueness of the signatures, right? So you have to do the hex value analysis. So you have to compare the all hex value for the file system. Hey, before the encryptions, what are the hex value is going to be changed, and what are the after the decryption of the hash value, it's a change or not. So that's called the like static analysis. So it's basically the machine execute the code and they transmit it into the assembly language code, which are the easier to read and understanding to gain the deeper understanding to the malware, right? So now this static analysis, the process will take time consuming because you have to do like no I mean you have to investigate just for the like the basic behavior of the like the code, right? So what the hex value is getting the change or not the change, right? The file fingerprints and the virus scanning and the memory dump. So if you are like the more familiar with the anti-forensics techniques, where you the memory forensics and the memory dumps, which are the like the involving, so that time you know, hey, where is the like the if you take the RAM dump for the any digital file or like file for the static analysis, where you identified, hey, this is the like the encryption keys where this like the detection is going to be start, and whenever the encryptions process is getting the start. The another thing is about the dynamic analysis. So what is dynamic analysis? So basically dynamic malware analysis, we have to set up the one controlized environment. In this language we can set up the one virtual machines where like they run the code, where we impact the malicious code uh, in the virtual machines, where the everything where the machines and the data is sanitized, so nothing will be impacted with the other another system. So the goal is to stop spreading the element infect to the other system. So the dynamic analysis is always safer as compared to the static analysis, because I know the dynamic analysis will some time taking consuming, because first you need to set up your whole environment, you need to buy the like the hardware equipment which are the equivalent, which are compatible to work with these kind of the ransomware techniques or the ransomware sample, which are like the highly and easily processed to the module. Apart from that, the dynamic analysis is a behavior based, unlikely the static analysis. As I told you earlier, right? So in the WannaCry and some other ransomware, if you do the dynamic analysis, right? So you will identify the WannaCry impacted the all logical partitions and the physical partitions into the hard drive. The rest of the other ransomware, they are only impacted with the logical or like the other partition into the hard drive, just like the D drive or E drive. So that's called the behavior base. So here we are going to investigate the behavior. Was the behavior is going to done by this viruses. So what are the existing method for for recovering the data from once you encrypted your data with the ransomware? So first and the initial like this method is about the create and maintaining database of the key. I know it's really hard to taking the all the data and maintaining the all data set each and every time to get the data backup. You have to store somewhere around somewhere else, and you this process is little bit time consuming in even its most costliest process, where you have to like you need a one person to keep the each and every time all the backup. You can do the automated, but still this matter is take like the time consuming process. Another thing is the assisting the infected user by recovering the encrypted file, right? So in this scenario, we are like identifying, hey, where the recovering key and the what are the like the files getting the encrypted. So here we are like going to show like the C is where the file is going to be encrypted or not into the ransomware encrypted file. Okay. So effectiveness, the only effectiveness against the report the ransomware is about. So if you see into colonial pipeline incidents, right? So the effectiveness is very high because they attack in our energy sectors. So the energy sector and the servers is totally encrypted with the ransomware. So that time the effectiveness is very high because the energy sector is total completely shut it down just because of the data is compromised. So that time they are not able to having the access for the power plant. So that's create the more impact into the people and our society. So we have to like the reported the ransomware as soon as effectiveness, how it's a danger to the our society. And the way lastly is about the like the requirement. So the decryption keys is reported the ransomware should be known. So that's are the like the basic requirement, and those are the like the really hard because in the ransomware scenario like the cases, you never see the where the decryption key is stored and how you going to decrypt that key. So for example, if you the encryption using the the RSA encryptions or 256 encryptions, that time the decryption key, finding the decryption key is really hard. So that's why the forensics methodology is getting the involved if you don't know about the, like the any kind of the decryption keys. Okay. So recovery using the regular backup. So that's method involving the tracking the file system, the change, and the making of the copy of the original file system backup. So I tell you, just as I speak like earlier, right? So that's not, it's always like the time taking consuming. So and if you have the big amount of the data and if you have the giant corporation, so that's really hard to like the keeping the each and every data backup regular basis. And also if the ransomware got the attack, the systems and the encryptions file, the user can restore the system from the backup. So this scenario, let me talk more about. So like the what happened if this ransomware behave like the worm, right? So if you have the another backup, so especially using the AI and the machine learning technology, so the attacker also use the AI to identify if you have the, any kind of this somewhere around the backup. So that's also like the searching the ransomware codes where the backup is located, and the ransomware is trying to encrypt it also the backup, right? So so uh the moral of the story is about like it's always getting the hard. So if you even if you have the backup, still there is 100% chance where you lose your data, right? So in the many organizations find it difficult to maintain the backup due to the cost and the constraint. Yeah, I mean it's always really hard to like like taking the like the manpower and putting some buying the huge capacity the hardware for taking the like the maintaining the all data as a backup. So okay, so the proposed framework of my research. So here is the main story where I'm going to turn. So for this research, I have used the autopsy software. Let me talk more about the autopsy. So if you are more familiar, if you have the background with the digital forensics, so autopsy is a free and open source tools to digital forensics platform, and just for the data recovery and the forensic investigations purpose for the autopsy is getting used, and you don't have to pay any kind of you don't have to buy to use the autopsy. That's the main advantage of the autopsy software. And it is obviously it is open source, so you can easily download from the internet. And it's a base thing is about the like the it is a UI based, so you allow to use the autopsy. And that's also commonly used by the many corporate people, even some government guy, and even if you use your own research purposes. So let me talk more about what's the 2D array model. So 2D array, basically I have given name as a 2D array. So the first thing, detections and the recovery from the ransomware recovery. So the first I'm going to know what kind of the ransomware is affected to my virtual machines. Then I'm going to try to recovery from the ransomware attack my virtual machine. So in this research, I have created the virtual machines. Then I have like the install the WannaCry ransomware, and I have trying to recovering the all like the ransomware affected data. I'll show you into the screenshot. I'm coming very soon. Okay, so overview about the WannaCry. So the WannaCry is firstly seen in May 27, and it's quickly spread across the world, infecting the thousand of the computers across 150 countries. So the WannaCry vulnerabilities in Microsoft Windows is spread rapidly computer into the another without the user interventions. So if you have the Windows 10 or the lower version of the Windows, so the WannaCry easily bypass the WannaCry can easily bypass the Microsoft Windows Defender. If you know about the Microsoft Windows Defender, it has the one features called the ransomware protections. So even if you have the lower version of the Windows, uh, then it's really easy. It's very easy to install the WannaCry viruses on your computer, even if you have the Windows Defender installing on your computer. Okay, so the vulnerability is known as the Eternal Blue. So which was the vulnerability found into the Windows computer. So which was actually hacking tools developed by the U.S. nations NSA and the leaked by the group of the hackers called the Shadow Brokers. I believe so. We have the Hollywood movie is based on the same scenario. It's called, I think, Snowden. Yep, I think Snowden. If any people knows about the Hollywood movies about, have you ever watched about? I don't know, but it's a really good movie if you want to learn more about the hacking. And so in the scenario movie, they have mention all about the where this vulnerability is going on, then what's going on into this vulnerability. So the tool is basically explore the weakness of the Windows servers, so that the message called the blocks the protocols, which allows the ransomware and it spread quickly, and the vulnerable is computer to another to the same network. So the what's happening is, so if you have, for example, if you have 10 computer connected with the same network, so this vulnerability and this WannaCry easily can spread just like the worm. For example, my computer is connected with my company's network, and my company's network connected with the 10 different computers. So if my my laptop is affected with the ransomware, this WannaCry ransomware, so it's easily spread with the other the 10 computer. It doesn't matter if the all other the 10 computers receive the same link or not. It just because that it's spread like the worm viruses, and it start demanding the ransom money into the Bitcoin. And over the time, the ransom money, it's getting the increase, and the message is always the show the pop on onto your screen. Yep, here it is, the screen. Here you can see once you affected your viruses, so it's like the each and every time this Windows pop-up message that shows on your computers. And if you see the Bitcoin accepted here, they have provided the secure, like the Bitcoin transactions wallet link, and those wallet links are like the really hard to identify where it goes and how the attacker, like they're getting the money, because of they are using the like the onion routing, they are still using any kind of the Tor browsing. So that's why it's still, as of now, like it's really hard to investigate the where this money going on, because of they are using like the most secure, the Bitcoin wallet to take the money. Yep. So once your WannaCry is affected, you will see your desktop will screen like, oops, your file has been encrypted. It's like a message. So this message, like each and every time, is pop-upping every time. So that time, user got easily panic. Hey, what's going on, and how? What's my wrong with my computer, right? If the person doesn't have the too much technical knowledge, they're easily uh, we can say that they are easily made the victim from the ransomware, especially those people who are not familiar with the IT, or they don't have the computer science backgrounds. Yep. So if you see the task manager, so if you see the left hand side corner, so it show like the one utility is still running. So we can say that the attacker is continuously taking your data while still if you are connected with the internet. So if you see the left hand side, the host for the Windows task, the below, it says the load pre-warn country. See, so that's the reason. Once the ransomware is installed on your computer, that's really hard to identify how you know what kind of the background process is going on and how many RAM and the CPU is taking. So if you just open the task manager and if you see this kind of the suspicious services running on, so yes, that's a ransomware. The files is taking your data. So yes, so here are the live example. This is my like the demo data where I have put it in my virtual machines, so just for the use for the taking for the encryptions data. So here is what's happening is, so if you have your data, right, so the WannaCry is basically put the extensions dot WannaCry after your file extension. So if you see the all file, the image dot jpg dot png dot WannaCry, so they create a one fake image file, just like to make the for people fool, your data is getting encrypted. Okay, so let me talk more about how you can investigate into the forensic analysis. So first, you need to set up your forensics lab. You need to install your forensic or autopsy forensics tools on your computers, and you have to investigate your case, and you have to choose your data source file. So for that, let me clear one thing for you. So for that, before you install autopsy, you need a forensics image file for the particular ransomware affected system, and those file, it must be a physical data extractions files. So, what's the physical abstractions? Let me talk more about the physical abstractions file. So, if you are people from the forensics background, so there are two basic types of the data recovery from the using the digital forensics. So, first thing, the logical attractions and the physical attractions. So what the logical basically extractions mean that, so the whatever data you have in you into your computers on your SSD, so you are just taking the clone image of the particular data, right? So in the logical extractions, you are not you are not taking any kind of the bit to bit forensics image files. You are taking the only copy of the existing file and the data which are available into the SSD or the hard drive, right? And let me talk more about like what is the physical abstractions, right? So physical abstractions basically like in the forensics world, so it is always good practice to do the physical abstractions. Why? Because the physical abstractions, you are taking the copy of bit by bit of the data. So in the physical abstractions, you are able to identify like the recovering even the deleted file and the formatted file. So it is always good practice if you do the forensic investigations, or if you want to make a forensics image file for the digital devices, so always go with the physical abstraction. So for that, If you are familiar with the Guymaker, if you are like having the good knowledge about the Linux space, you can use the Guymaker tool in the Linux, which are like the free and open source tools. And if you don't have the Guymaker, if you don't know into the Linux, so you can use the aptk imager in Windows. And the aptk imager is also like the free, and you can create your own forensics image file. And that forensics image files you have to upload into the autopsy format. And that file format, it must be .dd format or .raw format or E01. So these three file format are only available for the digital forensic investigations only, and for the physical file extractions. And the right hand side, I have explained it, the hardware like the configurations which I have used for this research. I have used the Windows 11 systems and the 8 gigs RAM. Still, even if the Windows 11 is still affected with the WannaCry. That's the really strange things. Even the Windows 11, it's still the WannaCry easily bypass the Windows defender, the policies and all, and it easily install the WannaCry. Here I have explained the attached the screenshot for the autopsy. First, once you have the forensics image file, you just need to add your case, and you have to attach the particular file. Okay, so experimental analysis, yes. So keep in mind into this integration, the hash value. So if you see the right hand side of this corner, the hex value before the encryptions, the hex value after the encryptions, and the hash value after the decryption. So what is going to do, I'm going to do is, so here is my mp3 file, and the another file is my png file, and the another file is, it's a text file. So if you see the hex file for the both, like the all files are completely different. But if you see the hex value after the WannaCry encryptions, the hex value for the all different file extensions is getting the same, right? So if you see the hex value after the encryption, it's getting the same. So once you recover, sorry, once you recover the data, right, after the WannaCry extensions, so you will see the hex value is, it is same hex value it's as the before the encryption. So here I can say that, hey, this method is accurate method for recovering the data without the paying the ransom money. And you don't have to use any kind of the the highly paid forensics tools, just like the UFADE or the XRY forensics and the Oxygen forensics also. So using this my 2D RA model, so I have successfully recovered the all 14,957 files which are encrypted with the ransomware, which files compare with the document file, image file, video file, system files. So doing the 2D RA forensic investigations, I have successfully recovered the all data. So let me show you how I'm able to recover. So guys, here, please be keeping on the eye. Anyone tell me what's the wrong with this the red cross? Be very careful. What is the wrong with this file? If you see the file system name, so both file are the same name, but the only difference is it's the daughter WannaCry. So what's happening here? If you think about as a forensic expert, like just think about, you are a forensic investigator, just think about it. If you see same two file, same different, like the same name, but the extension is a different. So what's happening is here, so in the WannaCry, it's simply deleting your data, and it's create the one fake file and the one fake image file on your computers. That's the reason the ransomware name is the WannaCry. So as a user, if you pay the ransom money, congratulations, you are going to be a cry. That's why its name is a WannaCry. Why? Because your data will be deleted and you have already paid the ransom money. So you lose your data, you lose your money, and now you have to cry. So that's why the WannaCry, the name is come. So that's the reason why this ransomware name has the WannaCry. Yeah. So the in basically the WannaCry is deleting your data. So if you know about the like if you know this kind of the advanced methodology, and if you use this method, so at least you can identify what's going on, and does it deleting any data, and you can also identify what kind of the information is going on. So if you see the all image file, the video file on the data files, so all the red cross files are like the highly deleted. And if you see the time frame is also same. While the ransomware code is executing, it's continuously deleting your data, and the meantime same time it's also creating the same fake file to make the user fool. Yep. If you see the file, so the same if you see the metadata files, right? So those files are affected with ransomware, but in the autopsy you can still able to read this file, and you can see the file, what's inside the file. So if you see the same file 4 underscore april underscore 11 dot jpg file, and the below the same file if you see the extension dot wannacry, so those files are actually deleted file by the wannacry. So if you want to recover the data, just simply just right click on and to the red cross file and just extract the data. So here you are able to recover your all data successfully. So that's the reason you don't want to pay any kind of the ransom money to the attacker. But the thing is, if you know about this kind of the process and like the methodology, still you are use the same methodology to recovering your data. And this method is not only used for only ransomware purpose. Even if you lose your data accidentally, or you deleted your data accidentally, just make a forensics image file on the applique imager or the guy maker, use autopsy for platform, and use my 2D RM model. You will get your all data without the buying any kind of the expensive tools for the data recovery and anything like that. So you don't have to pay any kind of the like the money if you lose your accidentally data. So in discussion I would like to conclude that. So within the 2DRM model, so the infected files were erased and the fresh the encrypted file which are produced to pay the ransom, and does not guarantee the decryption key or the file decryption key, and the decryption key does not guarantee the integrity because the original version is erased. I'll show you live in screenshots, right? The red cross files, the WannaCry is basically deleted the file. Then after, if you pay the ransom money, there is a no surety you will get your money, right? So even the ransomware detections, actual the virtual version and the WannaCry in the Windows is provide the detections file. These features monitors give us the suspicious activities for the files, like the file encryptions and the alert, and the control folder access, right? So even if you're using the Windows 11, still your data and the all mechanisms, the working mechanism of the WannaCry is are the same. It doesn't matter if you have the Windows 7, Windows XP, Windows 10, Windows 11. So it's simply deleting your file and it's create the same method. So there is nothing to do with the Windows, right? So in the conclusion, I would like to conclude this session. So the digital explorations has increased the internet service and the smart gathered, right? Now the AI and the machine learning is create the more advanced technique and the more advanced version of the ransomware. Let's take an example, right? So in the colonial pipeline, even the forensic investigator, like, they are not able to easily identify what's going on to the backside because the source code of the ransomware, they have written their own Russian language. So that's the main language barriers and all other barrier that's create the more challenging into the ransomware data recovery frameworks. And in my research, I have attempt to recovering the data from the WannaCry affected system with the Windows virtual system. But you can use the same methodology and the same process in any other things. I will upload the all data and the data files and the virtual machine file into the web portals. And yep, thank you, and I'm happy to have if you have the questions to you guys. If you have any question, I can uh, able to answer you. Let me see the chat. Okay, okay, excellent. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Hey, Smeech, just wanted to say awesome. Thank you. That was really, really well done. Do you see the questions popping up on the screen right here
Let me see.
on your little window?
Okay, yeah, let me see.
One from IT Jacopo Cybersecurity.
Let me see. Yeah.
We can help read too, in case that helps get this
Yeah,
together.
sure.
But
I
he says,
appreciate it.
hey, talking about some of these Russia-based hacking groups, I know you might have said the ransomware code is kind of originated by their own language, making it sometimes tougher to decrypt. How do you mean? Is that like an instant Cyrillic, or is that variable and dynamic kind of across each sample?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what I'm trying to say is like they are basically, first thing is they are not using the English language for the written the code, right? So they have used their own language. So where the as English, like as American, we don't understand what the software is going on, how it's going on. So that's why it creates a more challenges, and it's a time consuming process. So let's take an example. If the colonial pipeline is getting hacked and we want to start the power plant immediately, so as an initial level, what we can do is like, because we don't know what's going on and what thing is, so that's why they are using their own language to like they create the more pressure onto the country. I hope I can answer a little bit more closer. Okay, any preference between hardware and software? Preferences between hardware and the software based on the physical disk cloning. I mean, in terms of, are you talking about the software? Like what kind of the software we can use for cloning the physical disk?
Yeah, I don't know if they're thinking access data or FTK imager or Encase or some of the software that might end up, hey, having a virtual or software clone of whatever disk or hard drive might have been there, or if you're using any physical machinery that will literally make a copy. I know it's
Ye-
probably a matter of, hey, just what's available. Is that right?
Yeah. So for that, for this research, like I have used the FTK imager, so where I can just put the virtual file and they created the one forensics image files. But the thing is, like, you don't have to use the ncase or some like the any expensive tools just for the making the forensics image file. If you have the guy maker and the FTK imager, it's much enough for creating the any disk cloning for and the software cloning files.
Yeah, I really love if we could get a sample, whether it's WannaCry or whatever sort of ransomware
Yeah,
variant,
yeah, yeah.
even just
Yeah,
putting it in a VM and then pulling out the VMDK or VMX file, that would help streamline just as well.
yeah, sure. I will upload, but please do not use for any.
Right.
Put a big disclaimer on that.
This is malware.
Yeah, it's a malware. Yeah. So if you use your own computer, please try to use your VM because it's also affected your computer.
Yeah, we just had an earlier session that Matt Wen was putting together on analyzing malware, and he had some sample that he showcased some of that work, getting inside of a virtual machine, making sure the internet is disabled, taking snapshots. So very, very good to have some safe sample handling.
Yeah.
Definitely. Another cue popped up as well too around the chats. You sound very knowledgeable. How long did it take you to get this informed on the topic?
To be honest, for uh, the time consuming, it's really taking consuming because initial level, the challenges which I have faced finding the ransomware sample, because nowadays from the everywhere sample is getting deleted, and after that the sample, like it's really hard to even the in the Google Chrome or the Brave browser, or if you use any kind of the secure browser, so they are not able to the download the software. So the overall the time frame, it will take around like the 6 months to get the all result.
Nice. Got to invest some time into all that.
Yeah. And if you write like if you want to read more about the ransomware, just go to the Google Scholar and they go to the research gate. I have published the research paper which is called the review of the ransomware WannaCry, so where I have deeply explained it about the like the all process step by step.
Cool.
How do you create into the ransomware research? Wow, that's an awesome questions. So yeah, so that's a real interesting question, and it's a personal question for me, because I think I was in India right the time. I think it's a 10 year 10 year back. The time I was working as a forensic investigator with my team. So I have seen one real ransomware attack on the hospital. I firstly I question you guys. Can you figure it out why the ransomware targeting the hospital? So so that time I was leading my team as a forensic expert. So that time mm, our state has the one multi-specialty hospital. So that time even the Monday morning same incidents happened. So the that time that was the ransomware type was the PTR ransomware. So there was a one group from the Nigerian gang. So they have attacked the multi-specialty hospitals at the time, and so they took up the all data, the patient's data, even the doctor data, PMS data. So that time the ransomware like the ransomware like completely take over the control to the servers, right? So that time we don't have any kind of the advanced forensics technologies, tools and technology. So at that time I have seen, so like I still I remember there was like two patients who died just because of they don't the doctor not able to identify the patient's data, what kind of the medicine they have to use. So due to the medical staff, they have like given a wrong medications, so that's why the patients got died. So that time I feel that hey, I was a so that's not that's my responsibility. Just because of the my knowledge and my expertise, the two patients got died just because of I'm we are not able to identify what's going on, and that's the main the reasons we are not rebuild the servers, and we are not like trying to restart the all hospital servers. So it will take me personally, and that I have decided, hey, whatever happening, I'll do my 100%, and I'll do the research about the more about the ransomware, how it's work, and how I can record data, even the paying the one penny to the attacker. I don't want to pay the any money. That's why this all motives comes in my ransomware research. So anyone have any answer why this ransomware happen in Monday morning on a particular hospital? Why?
Well, goodness, my friend, I guess I could never really answer why, and but I apologize. It's just heart wrenching, but I think it's a testament to just show how important a lot of our work is. You
Yeah,
know,
yeah,
cybersecurity is a wild thing where we have a genuine adversary. I don't know of too many other occupations where there is the concept of an enemy that's very real, and
really.
it's silly. Hey, I'm bumping around on the keyboard playing capture the flag, oh, little CTFs for a war game or a game, but it's so crazy, you know, when you bring it to the real world, it's not a game anymore. There's real
Mhm.
threats.
Yeah,
There can
it's
be real
not a
matter
The
of
game.
life and
realities.
death.
Yeah.
So
So the thing is like in across the world, so multiple operations, and they have done the schedule under the Monday morning. So that's the reasons. So they attack on the Monday morning. So we can say there is a one kind of the terror attack. So can you imagine one hospital can like literally got affected with the ransomware? So that time, what happened with the patients? How doctor and how medical staff are like able to do the any kind of the medications, and how so that's the main reason they want to disrupt the whole country and the whole medical systems. That's why they are doing on the Monday morning.
well, thank you for
Yep.
the reminder
Thank you.
of, you know, how important a lot of this work
Mhm.
is, and thank you for
Yeah.
helping shine a spotlight on it, even if it did, hey, you know, want to cry, I know, a couple years ago, but it's truly a time capsule for a certain kind of turning point in the industry. So
Mhm.
thank you for
Yeah.
walking through some of that sweet research and forensic artifacts, but excellent job, my friend. Thank you, thank you,
Yep.
thank you.
Thank you,
I
Smith.
appreciate, and I will upload the all data as soon as possible. Thank you.
And thanks
Excellent.
for making
Yep.
it on too, man. Definitely.
Yes, so glad you were here.
Thank you.
All
Have
righty,
a good
we'll pull
rest
you
of
off
the day.
stage if that's okay. Yeah, and we'll get things cruising for the next one. So thank you again.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. Bye.
Yeah, the realities of it, man. It's true, you know. It is it's kind of fun as we're going along, studying, having a good time, but we are doing real work against adversaries, as you mentioned. There's a real threat to respond to, and sometimes it doesn't end in very good terms like that. But it's great to have someone like Smiko and building workshop content and educating students and getting information out there for people to learn more how they can defend against those types of threats. It's great.
The awareness is what matters, without a doubt.
So now moving on to the next workshop in the series. So we actually have Talis Jordan here in the backstage with us, but I think we're going to do a small little break. Let's do like a 3-minute one, I think, this time, which should be good.
Sure.
I am
All right.
actually going to play a recording. So Talis is here, but we're going to do his recording first. He's recorded a bunch of content. And then he is going to pop on stage after that. So in these 3 minutes, I am going to set up my screen to get that all ready for us and do a little bit of a stretch as well, too. So let's cue over that. How does that sound, John?
Sounds good to me. We'll see you all of you super soon.
Be back. We are back. Okay. So, John, what if you could clone yourself to some
I don't
degree?
want to do that. No, nope. Can't be any more of me.
Going
Please,
down that
no.
realm? Nope,
Absolutely no more.
Or no?
One's enough.
One's enough. Well, what if, I guess, you can clone a little bit of yourself? And I think that's kind of where this workshop is kind of going in such a way. We are going to learn how to roll our own analyst locally. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to share my screen and get this all fired up. And then we're going to bring on the workshop author himself, Talis Jordan, to talk more about it and answer a bunch of questions. How's that sound?
Sounds good to me. Things okay? Audio, video side? Well, we got that all connected easy peasy?
We're going to find out right now. So let's
Alrighty.
go ahead.
Bear with us. Yeah, live demo fun.
Yeah, so this is going to be a shared window this time. So give me one moment over here. I think I need to actually just quickly redo that. I didn't click the toggle on the audio. So 1 second. Remove source, share screen, also share system audio. And
Quick crash course. This is one. Oh, you get a little bit of echo from me. So I'll stop talking.
Yes, that's right. It's going to pull in my audio. Yep. So, wait, am I echoing as well too, John? No, I shouldn't be. Right. Okay. So let's just do a quick little.
If you're not familiar with me, you can check me out on my LinkedIn.
Audio is good. Okay. Okay, cool. So here is Talis Jordan's workshop intro video. It's about 18 minutes over here. We're going to play this. I'm going to kind of zoom in as much as I can. His workshop is on rolling your own threat intelligence analyst. Very exciting. And then we're going to bring Talis on right after that and let him talk more about what he's got prepared for us. So let me do that right now.
Hey everybody, I'm Rain from HardCounter. If you're not familiar with me, you can check me out on my LinkedIn. Over the next 30 minutes or so, we're going to get an overview on what it looks like and takes to build a working analyst that runs entirely on your system. No API, no cloud, nothing leaving your machine. It just reads the Firehost that is open source intelligence for you, scores it for usefulness, extracts the IOCs, and serves it up on a nice plate. By the end, you'll have a real modifiable app you can use for, well, whatever you want. Sports, make it do sports. World news, make it do world news. It's up to you. So this project was originally born out of a frustration I had. For the last few years, I've read intelligence morning and afternoon, sometimes at night, and all that time adds up to a very depressing number. If you work in cyber and try to keep up with everything, you already know that pain. Bleeping computer, the hacker news, vendor blogs, CISA, newsletters, random researchers. You're talking probably hundreds of articles a day across all of these different sources. The worst part is that maybe 10% of it contains anything you actually do something with. A real technique called out, a registry key, a command line, whatever the case. The rest is webinar notifications, product launches, breach disclosures, and everything else with zero technical detail. So you spend an hour of your day skimming, maybe more. That doesn't scale, obviously. The problem isn't access to the intelligence. It's being able to digest it at all. So that being said, what if a machine could read it all for you, score it to your criteria, and only showed you things worth your time? That's what we're doing. This entire application is essentially 6 jobs. It pulls the latest articles from RSS feeds you specify, extracts the article body text, triages every article with a local model and gives it a score, extracts IOCs, defangs those IOCs, and lastly, presents it all in a clean, streamlit dashboard so you can filter and search through them to your will. There's no magic. That's the whole thing. You're probably asking, why not just use an API? There's a couple reasons we decided to use local models for this. The first big one is privacy. I care a lot about privacy. Some of you might too. This pipeline can be modified to ingest offline intelligence as well, which could be sensitive in nature. If you use a local model, that data doesn't go anywhere unless you choose to. The second one is cost. There's no per token billing. You could run the pipeline against 1,000 articles a day and it costs you nothing except your electricity. The next big one is that you can move it. Once your model is pulled down, you don't actually need internet. As long as you're ingesting your intelligence offline, you could isolate this as much as you want. And lastly, it's yours to modify. Everything is in Python. You can swap the model, you can rewrite the system prompt, add new IOC types. This is the starting point of an application you own, not something you rent. So this is your mental model for the pipeline. It's 5 files. That's it. It starts with a feeds file, which is where you'll store your RSS feed URLs, okay? After that, Fetch reads those feeds using feed parser. Then for each article, it uses, and I'm going to butcher this, Trafilatura. I'm pretty sure that's how you say it, but from now on, I will refer to that as Traf, to download the page and pull out the article body text. Then Analyze takes that text, hands it to a local model via OLAMA, and the model returns a summary, a score, and IOCs. The database script is our storage layer. We're using plain old SQLite. You might hate me for saying it like that, but it's what I've chosen. With write-ahead logging enabled, which I'll explain later. And finally, the app script, which is just a streamlit dashboard that reads from the database and gives you the UI layer and functionality. Tying all of that together is the pipeline script. It calls to the fetch script, it loops over the articles, it calls for analysis on each one, and saves the results with one simple script. Now, let's walk through in a bit more depth. A quick tour of the toolbox, so to speak. The theme here is, if you can't tell, small and boring. And that's not a bad thing. Boring tools don't surprise you when you're using them. Python 3.12 is the backbone. Feed parser handles your RSS feeds. Traf extracts the article text, hopefully with no ads most of the time, but this is your grunt worker. Ollama runs your local model. SQLite is our database, just a file on a disk, and Streamlit to get a nice UI with next to no front-end coding requirements. Oh, and if you want, there's Docker files included. What's it look like to get this running? It's 5 steps, and the longest part is waiting for the model to download. So install Python 3.12 or newer, and Ollama. I suggest just downloading the desktop application. Try some local models out in the chat if you have the hardware on the side. Step 2 is pulling a model. I use Gemma 4, E4B specifically for the workshop course content and anything you'll see in this overview. Though most of you should likely start with something like Quinn 3.5 4B, like we have off to the side here. 3, change the model name in Analyze Py, which is on line 8, if you aren't using the same model I used, which you likely won't be, or you might be, who knows. After that, you run pipeline.py. It runs the entire pipeline. And then you use Streamlit to launch the dashboard, and you just go to the URL. Quick fact, it'll usually say localhost 8501. In my experience, that results in a black screen, so just use the loopback address. It usually works. But that's the entire user experience. So Fetch's whole job is to turn a list of your feed URLs into clean article text a model can read. It runs through your text file, then feed parser parses each feed and gives us the entries. It's hard-coded in to pull the last 24 hours. You are free to change this after the first few runs. I just don't want it to explode the first time you run it. Some feeds, however, won't include timestamps, and the script will decide to pull them anyway. I will caution you, you should check your feeds before you do this, because it could result in a lot of articles being pulled. The more important part here is the body extraction. The feed only gives us a link and a title, not the full article. So for each link, we use traf. The page is downloaded, and then the body is extracted. We cap this at 8,000 characters so we don't blow up the model's context window, and that's something we discuss more in the course content itself. So the analyze script is pretty much the heart of the whole thing. This is where the article meets the model. See the format equals JSON? This essentially tells Ollama to constrain the model so it returns a valid JSON object and not a paragraph that you typically get with a chat interface like ChatGPT. We ask for a few fields, and this is how we get our structured data. It's worth mentioning, though, that just because the response will be in JSON, it does not mean that the model is not going to invent additional fields or something else in that output. The next big thing is temperature. Temperature controls what is essentially variance. At 0, the model is pretty deterministic, meaning you'll likely get the same score and same summary every time you run it over the same article. And you can test this out. When you go through the workshop, you'll see you can run these scripts individually to test these over and over again. For our purposes, though, it is a requirement to set the temperature to 0. You don't want an article to score 90 one day, 40 the next. You can't trust that. 0 temperature is what makes this stable. You're free to play around with it, though, by all means. And most importantly, the system prompt. So with this script, you'll send a system prompt and a user prompt. The user prompt is just the article information. The system prompt is where you give the model its job and criteria. You'll spend most of your time tweaking this. If you take one thing from this into your projects, the quality of your system prompt is pretty much the quality of your analyst. If you tell a model to rate an article from 1 to 100, you'll get garbage. The model has no idea what you specifically mean by relevant. So it defaults to vague guesses and you get random scores in return. But if you give it a rubric, kind of like how someone grades a paper, you ground it. The system prompt itself is used to assign a role. So for example, you could say you are a detection engineer triaging threat intelligence. That one sentence sets the entire task for the model. So you want to be specific. Then you want to give it a rubric and tell it to default to lower scores when it's unsure. The important thing is that the rubric describes your definition of valuable. A threat hunter would write different criteria, so would a SOC manager. The first thing you should do when you tweak this is rewrite it for your role. You aren't tuning or training a model, You're writing what you care about in plain English, and it doesn't get easier than that. What's on the slide is just an example. You can feel free to check it out later, but don't read too deep into it. But definitely keep webinars down at 0 to 9. We also asked the model to extract IOCs. By default, there's a few types we set, but as we've discussed, the models can hallucinate. Sometimes it's something completely made up, like it's not in the article text at all. So, like we said, you can't trust the model blindly. That being said, we run a couple checks. The first is just a simple allow list of IOC types. If it returns something not in that list, it gets dropped. The second one is obvious. If it returns an IOC, we check to make sure it even appears in the original article text. If not, we throw it away. This alone will get rid of quite a few hallucinations. Lastly, we filter our junk values, stuff like NA, none, unknown. Models love to use these things when they don't have an answer for you, and then dedupe the actual values that we do end up with. Everything that survives those guards gets defanged for display in the dashboard itself. We're using plain old SQLite, just a file called IntelDB sitting in the project folder. We use 3 different tables, and that's just to split up each phase of the output essentially. One to hold the article information, one to hold the analysis, and one to hold the IOCs, so all linked by the article ID. The biggest thing to remember here is that we use write-ahead logging, and this will have a few additional files on the disk. But we do this because if you don't, SQLite will lock up the database during a write. So if you're running Streamlit, you decide to throw the pipeline on, and you try to go look through the articles on the dashboard, it's likely going to be locked up. Write-ahead logging prevents that from happening. Last, but definitely not least, we have the Streamlit dashboard. Streamlit is great because you basically bypass all need for front-end code, but you still get a clean, modifiable UI. There's a couple things pre-baked into the script, a score slider and a search feature. Slide the score slider up to 80, now you have nothing but good actionable intel. Need to search, it goes over the title, body, summary, and IOCs, both the feigned and defanged versions. So let's see it run. So if we come over here, I'm already in the virtual environment, whether you're setting this up in Docker or whatever the case may be. All I'm going to do here is Python pipeline.py. Give it a second. This is room for improvement on this script when you start modifying yourself, giving it progress bars. That's probably the biggest one. But as you can see, it's going to start processing through these articles with a local model that I have on my system. So while this is doing its thing, I will go ahead and pull up the Streamlit dashboard so you can take a look at what that is. You can see here, this is some older analysis just to show you that it does do some low scores and it doesn't rate everything high because it's a little seated at the moment. You can see here, your automated pen test looks clean from the Hacker News. It scored it at a 10. One thing you can also do with this that wasn't included in the script is you can make it give reasoning forward scoring. That way you can see that on here and see why I rated something low. It helps a lot with tuning when you're doing your system prompts and making your rubric and everything like that. This is essentially what it's going to look like. You can click here, you can see the article body. And then if this isn't enough, you're not pulling inline screenshots. So that's something to take note of, right? A lot of these articles might have inline screenshots. If you don't see them, you just click into the article and you can check it out. But for the most part, this summary, the IOCs, and the body text here is usually more than enough to get you going. A huge improvement you can make later on in this, and this is not something we get through in the content, but you can start formulating detection ideas. If you have more hardware, so if you're running a 4090, a 5090, something along those lines, right? You can run bigger models to get better output. Detection creation is not going to be perfect on models of that size. You really need something in the cloud. That is something you could use Ollama to do. You could push it to a cloud model to do detection ideas. And that could be something you have your smaller model come up with the idea. That information is sent to a cloud model, and then it creates detection content for you. You slap that in your SQLite database, and you present it here in the Streamlit dashboard. But I digress. So if we go back to the terminal here, you can see it's getting through right now. So here's an article right here, Cybersecurity Stars Awards 2026. It scored it at a 10. That's great. Because if we come back over to Streamlit and we increase this minimum score, we're not going to see it, which is awesome. You will probably notice, though, that some of these do get scored relatively high. I would put that on the model mostly, but it could be the prompt itself. I have to go check out the articles myself, but this is something for you to play with. This is not a finished product by any means. We can also check out the code real quick, and this can give you an idea, taking a quick look at this, what a system prompt is actually going to end up looking like. You can get way crazier than this. This is just a placeholder for sure. Feel free to get crazy with it. And this is the part where I hand off the keys to you. What we built is a starting point on purpose. We aren't giving you a finished project. Here's some ideas you can have, though. Your feeds. We've already hit on this, but the feeds list is for sources you care about. The next one is your prompt. This is arguably the most important, and the default prompt has a specific definition of useful. It won't fit everyone's requirements. Rewrite it for your job. A threat hunter cares about different things than a SOC analyst, who also cares about different things than an IR lead. The next one is your model. Swap the models. Bigger models will typically score more accurately and write better summaries, and you can also generate detections, as I mentioned previously, but at the cost of speed and hardware requirements. A smaller one will rip through articles. Try a few and see what the quality versus speed trade-off feels like. Do whatever your hardware can handle. Another one is add IOCs. You can really add whatever you want. Emails, register keys, mutexes, go to town. And there's a lot more ideas at the end of the workshop course content as well. Some things that I do in my personal pipeline that I use. There's so many options. You can make this thing do anything. You could take out all the cyber stuff from this and turn it into a sports feed if that's really what you want to do. I would be doing you wrong, though, if I see you off thinking this was all magic. So let's be honest about a couple limitations. Verify before you act. The IOCs come from a model. We guard against some hallucination, but you should treat them as leads, essentially, not as truth. Before you push any IOC into a block list or an alert, confirm it against an authoritative source. Do not take the model's word for it. The model can also miss things. The guard stops it from inventing IOCs that aren't there, but it can't force the model to catch every one of them. Same with scores. They're great guidance for triage, but they're not perfect. A 40, for example, isn't a guarantee something is worthless. Use a score to prioritize. Don't completely ignore them. This is code meant for a workshop. It's written to be read and modified to your liking in one sitting, hopefully, maybe more, whatever you decide to do. But it's clear, it's small, but it is not ready for a production environment. Some people will try to use this in a production environment to handle intelligence that's sensitive in nature and is completely offline. This is not ready for that. You have a lot of work to do if that's where you want to get it. You also own the tuning. The scores you get on day one reflect a specific rubric and a specific model. That's a starting point. Expect to spend some time modifying the prompt, playing with some models before the output is where you like it. To be clear, these aren't reasons not to use this. They're just things you need to know. As we put a bow on this workshop overview, though, let's talk about what you're getting. So you're getting a working local intel analyst. 5 small files. The pipeline goes fetch, analyze, store, display. And the whole thing runs on your own hardware with no cloud. It's a tool, not a toy. A reusable pattern for getting reliable output of a model. You can apply the same principles from this project to just about anything you slap AI into or any other AI projects you work on. Some simple safeties like the hallucination guard, the defanging and read-only database calls are great. You can use those concepts again across many other projects. But the most important thing probably is a platform you can understand. This is not a black box. Every line is in plain Python. Anyone can take this, read it, have AI explain it to them. It doesn't matter. That means that it's that much easier to extend, fix, and bend to your will. That's the workshop. And that's a wrap. Thanks for listening to me yap a bit, and thanks for ContinuumCon for letting HardCounter present this. Every piece of code in this workshop is dove into in more depth in the actual workshop course content. I highly encourage you to build the application from there so you fully understand what's going on. But a copy of it is also available on GitHub. The link is here on the slide. Clone it, pull a model, run the pipeline, and you'll have your own analyst running in about 10 minutes. But yeah, do the course material, learn the pipeline, and above all, make it yours. If you build something cool, be sure to tag myself and HardCounter. We do want to see it. Thanks again, and I hope you've had a great con up to this point. Now go automate your boring morning routine away. Have a good one.
Nice. I felt like I was in a mission briefing. Didn't you, John? Like
That was
just
awesome.
locking in. That was really good. Yeah. Very cool. Well, Rain, Talus, Jordan. So we got him in the backstage. We're going to bring him on stage. That was a really, really good presentation right there. I want to hear more what he has to say. So let's bring him on. You good to go? Little thumbs up. Cool. Rain, how you doing, man?
How's it going?
Going well. Thanks for coming on.
No, no worries. I don't do these very often, so.
Dude, that was so
know.
cool.
Yeah.
I love
Yeah.
the concept. I love the idea. I love, hey, the love for some local models. I know everyone in chat was very, very happy to see that. And I think there's a whole lot of fun stuff to talk about if you're willing.
Yeah, for sure. Let's get into it.
Awesome. Well, we're going to give you some space. We're going to hop off and let you have the stage over here and talk more about the workshop, describe more about it. And I know questions are starting to pile up. So how does that sound?
Yeah, for sure. We can probably start with questions, and then towards the end, last couple minutes, I can mention a couple more things.
Yeah,
Sorry,
would you
yes.
like us with you? Should we help source some questions and keep this going for a little bit, or did you want to be on your own? What are you feeling? It's all your show, my friend.
You guys can stay.
Cool. Roger that. I did pull up the workshop itself just because I thought, man, that's the coolest thing about letting everybody join in and getting a chance to dive in and set this up, getting some of the files, getting some of the code, spinning up the containers. So wanted to make sure we definitely showed that to everybody of like, look, you could do this.
Yeah, I think the best part about this workshop, and I call it out in the course content, is that you read every line of code throughout this workshop. So there's nothing in here that's like a secret sauce or a just trust me kind of thing. You're going to know exactly what every piece of code is doing in it, exactly where you can change, you can't change things in it. You can run it however you want. If you want to run it in a virtual environment, like on your local system, if you want to use Docker, so you can spin it up on a server, whatever you want to do. It's really extendable. So many different things you can do. And this is spawned from a much more mature version of this project that I use for myself for my daily work. So I didn't want to give everyone the answers because then it's just like, well, let me git clone it and turn it on. But there's an important part to learning how to do these things yourself, especially when it's so easy with things like Streamlit to build the UI and everything.
Yeah, I'm so happy that you went for Streamlit because I think that's just the perfect way to do this. And that, like, hey, you immediately have a beautiful front end, a beautiful interface, and like you don't need to spend too much time getting wrapped around the axle and like building just that presentation layer. Like the engine here, the framework itself is the most important part. I just want it to be pretty and I want it shown right away. So Streamlit is such a perfect option, in my opinion.
100%. I think there's a couple questions.
Yeah, let's start diving into them. Kind of scroll right back up. They were kind of rolling in before. Seeing a hell yeah for local models. Absolutely. Yes. Just joined us. Nope. Seeing different language, so not sure about that one. For step by nope, that's not that one either.
If I may, just shooting from the
Go
hip,
ahead.
and I forgive me, but is there more choices to be made on the local models perspective? I guess first and foremost is like, hey, do you use a bigger model? Do you use a smaller model? What sort of hardware do you need? How do you actually build this into your environment here?
Yeah, so my version of this, I actually have an experimental dashboard, right? So I got two different dashboards running. So the experimental one, excuse me, what I've been doing is multi-model. And I talk about this momentarily in the course content, but basically running an entire pipeline where you're talking to multiple models, right? And breaking up the jobs into what each model is good for, right? So small models like the Quinn 3.54B, very small. It's very capable, but you could be better off passing it to a larger model. And for a lot of people that are running 4090s, 5090s, a lot of the times you're probably going to be talking, like you're going to cap out around a 27B model, which is pretty big, pretty capable. And we won't dive into specifics of how like quants of these big cloud models work, right? But 27B models are better at analysis, but you really have to make the decision where your hardware is, how much load you want to put on it consistently, right? Because how often are you running this, right? Mm-hmm. If you're wanting it to be very consistent and you have like a 30 or hour delay on ingesting Intel, it might be running all the time, right? And that's hardware lockup you have for your resources, especially if you game or something, which I do. So a lot of mine has been momentarily moved over to the cloud until I get a server going here at the house. But I think the small models, especially while you're iterating over a system prompt and everything, are perfectly fine for this use case. The summaries are not long. There's other things you can do. One thing I do is clustering, right? So I got tired of seeing, 8 different places all talking about the same thing to differing levels, but it's the same exact subject, right? They might just mention a thing or two differently. So I'm using an embedding model that's very small. Pretty much anyone could run this and do it. But it essentially groups them together to form a single article card for the presentation layer. And then I use a bigger model and I feed it all of the article body text from each article together in that group. It performs a big analysis and will even like do quotations for what came from each article. And you click into that and it gives you the cluster summary is what I call it. And then you read the whole overview. And there's a lot of ways you can break into that too. I also have daily overviews that will basically go through each story. So let's say I had 4 stories in a cluster, and the next day another article came out, but it had a bunch more information that researchers found or whatever on the subject. So in my daily overview, it'll pop that up and say escalation with a link to the article, because now there's updated information. Or there might be stuff that's rescinded, et cetera, et cetera. But model-wise, yeah, I keep it small to begin until you get everything kind of fine-tuned where you want it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. Well, I think we got one of the questions up here for you to answer over here, Ryan. So where do you see this going? Could we use it for even more use cases in security?
I think you can use local models for pretty much anything, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
I think the biggest concern people have with integrating AI is, well, where's our data going, right? And customers will always have that, especially if you work at a company with clients. And this is kind of something we're looking at doing at HardCounter, right? Is specializing in private AI systems for small businesses that are more like electrical companies and stuff like that, right? Where they do need the privacy and they have contracts and everything that can be sent into cloud models, excuse me. And then workflows, right? I think that's the biggest thing. And this workshop is a perfect example of that. So this is something you do every day, or should be doing every day, in my opinion, right? And if you can automate that away, it's never been easier. Mm-hmm. So you could use this for anything you can automate, essentially. The detection generation is something I've been playing with a lot. It really, once you get it going, right now at the current state of things, unless you have a nice RAG setup or you fine tune a model yourself, you're probably going to have to outsource that to cloud models, which you can do through Ollama. It's a lot more private than ChatGPT. Yeah. But once you get that going, right, you analyze an article, it already presents detection for you, and you can write a style guide for it. So it writes a query like you would write, right? And all the enhancements that you normally put in. Or, you know, at my company, maybe they do this specific context put into a query for the alert itself. It can go ahead and do that. And it just puts you a leg above. So when new stuff comes out in the first 5 to 10 minutes, you already have a query ready for it, whether you're a threat hunter, detection engineer, SOC analyst, whatever the case may be.
Mm-hmm. Very cool. Kind of a follow-up question. So this is from my end over here, because you kind of mentioned it. What have you noticed that it does really well? Where have you noticed some of the gaps where it just really kind of buckles?
Detection generation is the biggest one. I tried for so long to get it to work with smaller models, but the runtime on it also gets crazy. One thing I don't talk about much, in fact, I explicitly say we won't get into it in the course content, is the difference between reasoning models and instruct models and thinking modes and all that kind of stuff. So when you take a reasoning model and you leave thinking on, it can take a long time to process an article, especially if you're using like a 27B model, and it can get kind of caught in the weeds, especially when it comes to log source types. A lot of times it'll invent fields or syntax that just does not exist. It's kind of crazy. And you can augment that for sure. So there's other options here. Like people have heard of OpenClaw. That's a big one. Hermes, I think people are starting to become more aware of. You could even use Open Web UI, which I don't think a ton of people are familiar with that one, but it's big. And it gives these local models access to tools, right, that they otherwise wouldn't have. And the big one, Open Web UI would be super easy to put in this project. It lets your local models be able to browse the internet, right? So then maybe you tell like a 27B model, you give it access to the internet through Open Web UI, and then it can query like syntax for these different query languages, or you build a small RAG knowledge base for it. Or it'll be able to look up additional intel on the subject, whatever the case may be. Like ultimate Windows security to go see what a 4688 event looks like in reality, so it knows what fields are available.
Yeah, interesting. Quite a little bit of assembly required still, so it's not like as plug and play, right? And I think your workshop is going to be instructing students to be able to do that and build that for themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Do you have this one working right now as like something that, hey, I press the button for and it works and it runs and it spins and it does its thing with like your manual trigger? Or have you been able to like set this in motion and it's just running all the time, always on, autonomous loop sort of thing?
Yeah, so when I was first iterating on my version of the project, it was a lot of manual starting and stopping. And then I moved it to scheduled tasks just to see how it would work out. And it's graduated to where it's running on a VPS now. There's a Discord bot that posted in my private Discord, like when new intel comes in and everything. So you can get pretty crazy with it. You can do notifications too, right? And so you can have it kick off an email or shoot you a message on whatever, especially if you use something like Hermes. Your orchestration agents can be kicked off to like let you know there's new intel, all kinds of stuff. Or you could even use Hermes to kick off the whole pipeline yourself on a schedule if you want. Keep track of it all.
Yeah, I have been playing, just poking around with, hey, what we could do. I like to use Codex. I haven't gotten myself into the local models quite yet, but I know everybody's really trying to dive into it, especially, of course, yeah, with the current conversations in the world. But it's funny when I hear people talking about, hey, AI, LLMs, like, oh, it's a bubble, blah, blah, and whatever perspective they kind of might have. But I have to like acknowledge this technology, the innovation that's coming with it, and like what everyone can do, what you can build, what we can make is incredible and super powered, streamlined stuff. But it's not that that's ever really going to go away. If AI is in a bubble, air quote, however you perceive that, it's not that LLMs just disappear. So absolutely 1,000% advocate and really encourage folks to dive into this, because this roll your own analyst setup is incredible. But imagine, I know the question was, what else could we do this for security? What about, hey, managed deception, cyber deception? What about more security research, finding vulnerabilities, finding bugs? Like, this is too cool. And thank you for helping start the scaffolding of like, look, you got a balance of deterministic code. Here's Python, here's Docker, here's SQLite, but then the non-deterministic AI wibbly wobbly stuff. I don't think I had a question in there. I'm sorry. I was just nerding out because it's too cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think local models a couple of years ago were not where they are now, right? So the capabilities were a lot less, but they are leaps and bounds catching up as fast as they can to a frontier model, right? They probably won't ever be there, at least not now, anytime soon, but they might one day. And the other thing too is, you know, a lot of people use ChatGPT and Claude, and maybe those are the two most people have only heard of because that's all you see, the frontier models, right? But a lot of people will ask like Google type questions, which Google's already running AI on your searches, right? So now you're feeding that extra bit of potentially sensitive information depending on what you're asking, right? A lot of people ask medical questions, use it like therapy, stuff like that, right? So if you spin up local models with Ollama, you throw like Open Web UI on it, and where it has access to the internet if you want it, right? But you could just chat through the Ollama interface, and now you can ask a lot of the same questions, hook it up to Open Web UI if you want, so we can Google things to help answer. But the privacy factor is just huge, and I think people really underestimate that. Especially, you don't know what these companies are doing with your data, and if they get breached, it's going everywhere.
Yeah, or take it away from you after you get used to it, as we've seen. So, Rain, we got another question for you over here on the SaaS side of things. Curious how much it could help with it, automating SEMGREP, etc. What do you think?
I'm not super familiar on the subject, I'm not going to lie. But here's the thing. With just about every local model you have, if you build a small knowledge base, it's going to do pretty much anything you want it to do. The biggest thing is tool usage. And you can, I've had some success with custom making my own tools that models can use. The issue is getting them to call them, but you can fix that a lot with your system prompts, letting them know that like they have the option to call that, right? And then depending on the response, you extract that with Python, and then it calls the tool for it, essentially. But I think if you get the knowledge base good enough, and I'm talking like tool docs, I'm talking publications on it, right? And the usage, examples of usage. So if you have write-ups of like steps you've done yourself to actually get it to work, and tool commands are another big one. But I think if you get those things in there and you play with it a bit, I think you can get it to do just about anything you want.
Yeah. Awesome.
Do local models currently have the same sort of abstractions, I guess, as skills, and forgive me, but like, oh, hey, here's a markdown file of like, this is the operation, this is the procedure, this is the workflow? Do Ollama or Quen or any sort of equivalent things play nice with those? And that's my ignorance, I'm sorry, but
yes. So the thing with like skills files, and that's what you're talking about, right? The skills files, skills, MD, all that kind of stuff. Yeah. So ChatGPT and Claude, right? And I'll start with this. Is going to sound super long-winded. I'm sorry, but they're just wrappers, right, for OpenAI and Anthropic models. Okay, so when you look at stuff like OpenClaw and Hermes, those are essentially the same things. They're just wrappers around the models. But what they've done really well is they've figured out how to let those models use those things, if that makes sense. So there's a lot more in the back end, and I haven't gotten into wrappers quite yet, to be completely honest with you. But they are capable, yes. And a lot of these tools, especially Hermes, kind of do all this for you. So it's not even something you need to think about, especially Hermes. Hermes is super impressive.
Cool. Yeah, I guess it is sort of like the agent harness to a certain extent. But I think, again, with the engine, the framework, like literally what you built for this exact roll your own analyst case is just awesome. Finding the balance between that deterministic code and non-deterministic AI stuff. So cool.
Yeah. Yeah, I think this is really good for anyone that wants to go and get set up with a local model and really becoming their own local analyst at home. This is a really good workshop for that. On that note, if someone wanted to use this as something like an educational tool, what are your thoughts on that? Because how much knowledge do they have to be able to have to work with this and spot some of those outliers or the hallucinations? Like, what would you recommend someone who's still kind of learning, still getting into things? What would be your advice on that?
It's a good question. I guess it depends on what we mean by learning necessarily, right? If it's a subject you're completely unaware of, it's going to be hard to spot hallucinations without fact checking literally everything it does, right? Yeah. But I think it would be good to learn alongside, right? One thing with local models, unless they're brand new release, but even then, right, is how up to date is that model trained? If you grab a local model and you ask it in chat on Olama, give me the news for today, a lot of them are going to tell you exactly when they were trained up to, right? It's usually not very recent. And I'm sure they have reasons for releasing them like that, but they are knowledge constrained unless they have access to the internet. But even then, you might not get the best results. So it's not going to be frontier model level.
It makes complete sense.
Yeah, it's so dependent on what the topic is too, I think, and how new it is, right? Because if it's a brand new tool that just came out that you're trying to learn, and it was trained up to 2024, it's just not going to know.
I think that's where this question is kind of leading on to a little bit what I was saying, right? Is how do you detect these general patterns? So like when you're responding, when you're typing in your question or your query, are there some big no-nos that you've noticed, like things that you should really avoid prompting the agent to really minimize hallucinations if you can?
I think one of the biggest things I've noticed working with AI is that you never want it to seem like you're forcing it to come up with something, right? And frontier models have even been bad about this in my experience. Like you ask it a question about something and you don't realize it when you're making the prompt. The model feels like there should be something there for exactly what they're asking. So they come up with things or they make things seem like something and they really aren't, right? So a lot of times when you just tell it like, look, if this doesn't pertain to this or it's not in there, don't just make something up to have an answer. And you'll be surprised at how many times right after that, they don't send anything back. They're like, this doesn't apply to this article or whatever the case may be. So that's probably the biggest thing.
Don't make things up. Okay, gotcha.
Don't say it like that, right?
Yeah.
You want to frame it in a way like, here is my criteria for whatever I'm asking you to do. If it does not apply because of X, Y, and Z, then say that. Don't just make something up to appease me, essentially.
I like that.
Do you find yourself ever tripping over context windows to that point? Because I feel like, in personal opinion, it's like, okay, can I give as much insight, give as much data, give as much context, just as you mentioned, hey, here's an example of what's good, here's an example of what's bad, this is exactly one by one what I want you to do, and make the engine. Do you trip over, okay, context windows now getting ever bloated, or has that kind of been smoothly solved at this point?
So context windows are, and I hit on this in a bit of the course content, right? Olama is a great example. So if your system hardware isn't great, it's going to cap your context window out by default. You can always change it, right? But it does set a cap, and it's pretty low, right? So you do need to calculate, and there's easy calculations for this, and I think I put it in the content, how you can calculate the token usage, essentially, for the context. English characters, I think it's like 2 per English character, and then 3 per like symbol. essentially, right? But it is a problem. So if you have really low hardware and then you throw in like a 4B model, Olama might cap you at like a default window of 4,000 for the context window, which is not a lot of characters, right? And that includes the output as well as the input. So a lot of people don't have this issue with frontier models because now they have compaction and everything like that and whatnot. And their context window is absolutely enormous, right? In comparison to local models. So that is something you have to take into account. But this is also where using a multi-model pipeline can run. But here's the other thing is that this costs you nothing to run locally except time, right? So if you need to break it up into different prompts, you absolutely can't do that. Maybe do a first pass that's strictly for scoring. So all you give it is a scoring rubric and the article content, right? It scores it and you have a filter gate. Because maybe I don't want analysis on stuff that scores under whatever my threshold is, right? So let's say I don't want to see articles that score below a 40 based on my rubric. Why would I even waste the time analyzing those things? So split it into 2 calls. And that solves the context window problem a lot. And I see someone asking about the multi-model in the chat right now. There's a lot of options. What I would say for projects like this, you don't need to use an extra tool to like manage the different model calls. You can just hard code them in and do it like phases, right? So as I was just saying, do like phase 1 is pre-filtering, right? And that would be the call is generating a score, and then you're filtering on that. So anything that scores below a 40 doesn't get sent to phase 2, which phase 2 is where you're doing a call to actually do the analysis. And maybe, you know, phase 3.5 is where you do the embedding, so you can do clustering of stories into single groups. And then phase 4 is detection idea generation. And then maybe phase 4.5 is where you're doing a call to a model to generate a sigma rule based off those detection ideas. And you can escalate the size of those models each time. That way you're getting better output where it actually matters. You don't want to use a 27B model to score something. That's wasteful.
That's really good insight over there. Yeah, especially with the weights and the size of the models. Do you cover a lot of that as well too in the workshop? Like, do you specify which models you'd recommend for certain types of tasks? It's sort of like, yeah.
That's a whole other beast. I did recommend 2 specifically for this project.
Yeah.
So Quinn and Gemma were the 2 I recommended for this one specifically. Gemma 4, the one I called out, would be better if you had like 16 gigabytes of RAM. 8 gigabytes, you probably want to use the Quinn 4B model. They're perfectly suited for this task. But if you do get in, as I've been saying, to the detection generation stuff, you do want to consider bigger models. And what I'll say on that specifically, right, is you want the model that fits the job. So when you go look these models up, get them from Olam if you can. Stay away from Hugging Face unless you absolutely need it, to be clear. It's not that it's a bad place, but you're going to find some weird stuff on there. But certain models are suited for specific tasks. And this is when we start talking about instruction versus reasoning models, right? And we start talking about models that are specialized in coding versus like multimodal, right? So when you're generating a detection, right, you're talking like SBL, KQL, Sigma, very syntax heavy things that are code essentially. So you want to use a coding model for that more than likely. And I've had the best luck. I played with Kimmy some. So Kimmy has the K2.7 coder now. I think it just came out a couple of days ago. I tried it and it was actually doing some pretty good one-shots on SPL queries. So with very little oversight. And then if you tune that a little bit in the system prompt and give it a style guide, it's pretty good.
That's what I like to hear, man. I mean, I can't keep asking you to like, hey, Talis, I'm so used to calling you Talis, but I want to say like, just keep adding content to the workshop because I wish you could in some way and just make like a small course on this, or maybe just kind of teach more about it. Imagine you want to have like a fleet, right? Like maybe you wanted like a SOC tier 1 analyst, a tier 2, tier 3, and a security engineer. You probably want different models then, right? Like that's what you're saying, like different models for different purposes. I'd love to hear your take on that. Maybe at another time, if you want to write that up, I think that'd be really cool to add on and share your knowledge, whether that's in the workshop or just on the socials or however you want to do it. I think that'd be really valuable just for myself. I would like to know that, like kind of building a little fleet of my own local people doing things. That'd be super cool.
Absolutely. I haven't considered that, but it's definitely something I'm interested in looking into. So I probably will. Now you bring it up.
Nice. Yeah. See, right?
It's
Yeah.
so funny. I want to keep asking, like, oh, is there a good resource that helps cover this? And I'm like, wait a second, that's the workshop. That's what you made. That's already it. This is fantastic. I think, hey, this one alone, amongst
I like
all
it.
the other incredible workshops, is absolutely a standout, exceptional part of ContinuumCon. So seriously, genuinely, thank you. And I hope you keep chipping away at this. I hope you keep adding some more great education and content for it. Just as Anthony was saying, this is definitely a road to rundown, dude.
Yeah.
Love it.
It's endless. There's so many opportunities there with local AI.
Awesome. Well, any last things you want to add on over here, Ray? And you want a little plug? Anything you want to drop? Any other? I don't see any other questions coming in, but any last things you want to share with us?
We are making courses on detection engineering and everything with Level Effect. So those will be coming out this year, including one on game integrity, so game security type topics. That's not getting done, so that's going to be super fun. And we got
Video
some
game security.
very good ideas for the labs that I think everyone would enjoy, whether they're in the games or not. So, yeah,
Awesome.
If you're interested in local model stuff, feel free to hit me up. I think you can just message me on LinkedIn, find me on a Discord. Doesn't really matter. And I probably will post some blogs more on local model stuff since Anthony has given me the idea now. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to read it. Let me know when you get that out there, Aaron.
absolutely.
I see chat is already chomping at the bit for it too. We all want it.
Yeah,
dude.
they
Keep
want it.
coming.
Yeah. I've got a little so I use Pent AGI. I'm not sure if you've ever messed around with that, but I've used that for like my own little pen test side stuff, and it's really good, but it has its limitations as well too. That's why it sounds like you played around with this a lot more, and that's why I really want to hear more about that, because I want to go mess around with this even more. So thank you very much for coming on, man. Thanks for making it as well too, because I know you just had pre-recorded originally, but I know you made the time, so thank you for coming on and sharing everything as well.
Yeah, give me some grace on the video, everybody. This is the first time I ever.
No, you did
recorded
great.
something.
Man,
Fantastic.
it was a mission briefing. Like after that, I was like, I need to build this. I wanted to do this content. It was really good. So
I didn't think anyone wanted to watch a video for 40 minutes watching me talk about code. So I can't imagine me wanting to do that.
No, man.
You'd be surprised.
Yeah.
I probably would.
Thank you,
Cool.
thank you again and again, Rain. If you're all right with it, I think we'll take you off. But you made seriously a phenomenal dent and a great ContinuumCon workshop. We can't say thanks enough. So
Yep. And thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
take care, brother.
We'll see you around. Okay. Awesome.
Ooh, wow.
Yeah, I know.
We
I was
got
trying to yank that. I
AI
was
in
like, I want
every
that.
way. Yeah.
Yeah.
So cool to see it part of the analysis process, even the ideas to get like, hey, what does this look like in the cloud? Well, I know we had some incredible stuff with AWS just a bit earlier, and then, oh, could this be used for some of that sweet cyber deception? What about that malware analysis? What about that
Right.
bug hunting? There's just, oh man,
Yeah.
I'm
I
excited.
think if you take Rain's workshop and, like you said, now get that to be like the local version of what you've learned in all these other workshops, that'd be really cool, and kind of see how it all plays together. I want
Superpowers. I'm
Mhm.
telling you.
Yeah, it is. So what wow, we are coming up to the last workshop of ContinuumCon 2026 day 3. What do we have cooking right after this? We've got offensive threat intel, tracking disrupting adversaries for fun, with Josh Allman and Ben Folland. Now, I think we've got a little bit of a break as well too over here. So not seeing any other questions? Nope. So you kind of looking in the chat over there? No, we're all good.
Yeah, nothing yet. I think we're waiting to hear, tuning in from Ben or Josh. So we'll give it a little bit of time. What do you think? Maybe 15 minutes, maybe 20, maybe 10? What break time is right for you, Anthony?
Yeah, I think a 15-minute break, because they're supposed to be on at the 1:15 Pacific time mark. So let's give it some time to settle in as well too. Let's do a 15-minute. That's kind of our lunch for the day, if you will, right towards the end of it. How's that sound?
Excellent. Good by me.
Cool. Well, everyone in chat, we'll see you soon. Let's take a little bit of a break. We'll see you in 15.
Welcome back, Anthony.
Welcome back, John.
Welcome back for the last time of
know.
ContinuumCon 2026.
I'm kind of sad about that, man. I don't know. I know it's been 3 days and a lot, but it's a good vibe.
It did fly by. It always tends to. But
does.
goodness gracious, we have a sweet little finale here, I think.
I think we do. This is going to be packing a punch. So we've actually had Ben last year with us. Let's get that music down a little bit as well, too.
I got you, sir.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Sorry.
Sliding down
I see the slider like jitter when we're both trying to control at the same time.
Yep. So we've got actually Ben Folan back with us. He was here with us last year. He did the Man in the Malware workshop, which you get access to. This is the conference that never ends. So your tickets that you bought right now will actually get you the ticket from last year as well, too. And Man in the Malware with the Telegram C2 channel. That was really cool. I see he's nodding in the background. Yeah, even he enjoyed. He really enjoyed making it. Ben, let's get you on screen, man. I see him. He's excited to go. Ben.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We gotcha.
Perfect. I'm super excited to be back and hopefully deliver another good workshop, which is enjoyed.
It's looking like it.
So yeah.
Would you mind just kind of giving us a super quick, like 1,000-foot view of what it is that you're digging into? I know you and Josh are doing some incredible things with Control-Alt-Intel. What are you all up to, and what's the spiel?
Of course. So yeah, Josh, unfortunately, he's not here with me today. However, I will be running it without the main man here. But yeah, me and Josh, we've been working on a blog called Control-Alt-Intel, and I do explain this in my slides in a second, but we research threats, we research threat actors, and we try to produce threat intelligence and share this in the format of blogs, whether this is sort of in the wild exploitation of vulnerabilities, or whether this is threat actors making OPSEC failures. A lot of my work resolves around looking at open directories. And yeah, thank you for putting up the link there. That's perfect. And this is what has really inspired this continuum course. A lot, all the labs are based on things I sort of do in my day-to-day when we're doing the research. One of the labs, you'll get access to real data based on one of the blogs we've wrote about, and I will talk about later today, so I don't want to spoil the fun right yet. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Well, I am too. I know John is as well. So are you ready to go? Do you want to share your screen? How do you want to do this?
Yes, I can share my screen. I will try to do that now. Let's just go for the entire screen. Let me know if you can see it, and I can get started.
Oh,
okay.
You go first.
Looking good. Okay, I will. Let's hide this. Okay, perfect. Can we see the slides now? Is that
perfect.
Great?
You're good to go, man.
Okay. Thank you very much for that introduction. Awesome. So yeah, we mentioned earlier the course is called Offensive Threat Intel: Tracking and Disrupting Adversaries for Fun. A lot of this is based on research and sort of techniques we use ourselves at Control-Alt-Intel to produce our blogs and the research. And this workshop, as we'll get into later, uses real threat data, and this has been provided to us by Hunt.io. So thanks to them. So yeah, I mentioned it earlier. What is Control-Alt-Intel? We are a group of nerds basically that enjoy hunting down threat actors, their infrastructure, their malware, seeing how it works, looking at their tradecraft, and causing disruption or imposing cost, whether this is by collaborating with law enforcement, with our findings, or whether this is just by publishing blogs and sharing research and sort of burning the tradecraft and the indicators and providing detections. All of this makes the threat actors' lives harder, and it really is a passion project. We do this for fun because we nerd out on it. You can see the blog there, control.intel.com, and we've also got a Twitter there at Control.Intel. So I'm going to give a brief overview of what the ContinuumCon workshop is actually going to contain, and I'm going to talk about some of the labs. I'm not going to walk through the lab, but I'm going to have a look at some of the data, and we're going to poke around. We don't have enough time to cover the whole workshop in this session, unfortunately. But this is a workshop on threat intelligence, So we start off with the foundations, defining the terminology, and then we talk about open directories. And these are really valuable for gathering threat intelligence, but it's only valuable if you know what to do with the data inside it. And we will, in the workshop, go through and look at targeting specific types of exposed data, particularly data related to command and control frameworks which are being exposed, such as Cobalt Strike and Sliver. And once again, through open directories, we'll be looking at a different type of a different type of the cybercrime ecosystem and looking at a real life malware as a service platform, which is called FUDCrypt. And I mentioned this earlier, none of the workshop is based on simulated data or fake labs. All of this is from real threat actor infrastructure, real cybercrime operations. You'll be playing around with data from real Cobalt Strike servers, looking at real Sliver databases, and seeing what intelligence you can glean from what is exposed. But we talk a lot about open directories, and it's really important we sort of explain what these are, how you can hunt for them. This is what the workshop includes. You do not need to download or interact or poke with threat actor infrastructure to do the workshop. That is not part of the sort of curriculum. All you will need to do is download the files. We've dealt with that ourselves, thanks to Hunt.io. So what are open directories? They are simply put a file listing over HTTP. So HTTP is the protocol when you're browsing the web, and open directories just expose all the files in a listing, and you can traverse the directory and download files. So these may be legitimate, right? This could be an organization which wants to share documents, and they will put all their documents in one directory and expose this via an open directory. This could be a sysadmin making a mistake. This could be somebody at home also making a mistake. Or this could be a threat actor attempting to stage payloads and malware. But when they stage the payloads and malware to be downloaded, they inadvertently expose logs and artifacts from the machine it is hosted on. And this can seriously be a gold mine for gathering threat intelligence, depending on the open directory and depending on the threat actor and what they've done on that particular machine. So why do they occur, right? Why do we see all these threat actors making these huge mistakes? And we'll get onto like a few of the big cases this year. But intrusions, threat actors need to share payloads, scripts, or tooling, right? Whether this is malware will often automatically download different payloads as part of the sort of execution chain. There are multiple stages. Sometimes a threat actor will create an open directory and stage malicious payloads. In another scenario, they may be in a hands-on keyboard intrusion where they're actively moving around a network and they finally want to download their ransomware payload. So on a server somewhere they control on a VPS, they will run this command here, python3 tac-m HTTP server, and then the port number. If you've ever done a Hack the Box lab or some sort of CTF where you connect to a VPN and you have to download a payload, I'm sure you've ran this command in order to stage payloads or share files or download scripts. It is sort of a standard part of penetration testing. It's a very simple way to transfer files. And a threat actor may do this in the background. They may run this command in screen and then move on and do other stuff. So they've got this file share, staging their malware, staging their payloads, and then they go and do the rest of the intrusion. They start stealing the files. And in the background, they forgot about this. This is left running. And it doesn't just expose the malware they want to share or the scripts. It may expose other data. So if you're on a Linux environment and you're in the user's home folder, there's going to be the .ssh folder, which contains the SSH keys. There will also be a .bash history file, which contains a list of the commands a threat actor has ran. So using open directories and hunting for specific open directories, you can maybe see a full list of historic commands a threat actor has ran. You may also see their installation of their C2 server-side components, which contain logs, which contain databases, and which contain files. And this may contain victim information. It may also detail the tradecraft. But how do you actually look for these? In the course, we go through multiple different platforms and how you can hunt for these live. And everyone knows Shodan. This is one of the options. Census is another great one, and FOFA. These platforms consistently scan the internet and they fingerprint the services. So we all know about scanning ports. These platforms do this at a massive scale for all IP addresses, and they're looking and they're getting telemetry and they're enumerating the services. You can query these platforms looking for specific strings. So when you use a Python HTTP server like this, and you visit that endpoint or you make a request to it, the HTTP title will be directory listing for. So you can use one of these platforms. And I want to make a note. Hunt.io is you can also, it has the telemetry to query it. This is specialized in the fact they download, they archive, and they allow you to filter and do many more fancy things with open directories. However, if you want to go out there and find them yourself, you can go on Shodan and you can filter by the HTTP title, and you can see, look, there's 86,000 open directories exposed on the internet or scanned at some point. There is a good chance many of these are not live anymore. But this is interesting. There's a lot of data here. There's a lot to go through. Obviously, you can't do this manually. So you want to filter even further. So you know when you make the request, the title is going to be the directory listing for, and then it lists all the files. So you can filter by the HTML to, let's say, look for only sliver, where sliver is in the HTML response. You may also want to look for .bash history, or maybe the string beacon, or maybe certain file extensions, exe. There are a wide variety of queries you can do, looking for specific file extensions or names which are linked to known malicious frameworks. So you could search for .msf4, and that would find the Metasploit sort of cache directory. You could do SQL map, and if the user had exposed SQL map via the Open Directory, you'd be able to find it. And in this case, we're looking for Sliver. This is a command and control framework, and we can see there are 14 results. And earlier today, I went through and clicked these, and all of them had gone down. And when you use platforms like Shodan, you cannot ensure that Open Directory is still going to be live, right? It was live when the Shodan platform scanned it and got a HTTP response, but it is no longer live. However, you could find one, and this is what it would look like. This is a classic Open Directory where you've got the .bash history file, which is really useful as it can tell you exactly what the threat actor has done. The same with the sliver directories down here. In the workshop, you'll be able to play around with sliver databases. You'll be shown which files, which logs to specifically target and inspect to be able to understand what is going on the sliver server. You'll be able to identify victims, the commands threat actors have ran, and you can do the same with Cold Watch Strike. This is just touching the surface. You can really do all sorts of queries or use other platforms. For example, I use Hunt.io. They automatically find the malicious open directories and they download the contents in real time. So you don't need to rely on finding live ones and cloning yourself. You can also filter by hashes and do string-based searches. So I've mentioned open directories a lot, and I've said they can be useful for finding threat actor activity, but what threat actors are making these mistakes? Is it just low-level script kiddies, or is this maybe you see more sophisticated groups or well-known groups? And that really is the case. So 9th of June, this is maybe four or 5 days ago, Shiny Hunters, the extortion group, which everyone's talking about, super active in 2025. They were exploiting CVE 2026 35273 PeopleSoft, and for a series of Open Directory sort of OPSEC failures, their tradecraft, their proof of concept code, their activity was exposed, and it could be linked back to Shiny Hunters. This was just in June. Going back in March, we saw the Gentleman ransomware group. People are speaking about them quite a lot. Super prolific, one of the most active ransomware groups this year. They have made a series of, at least one of their affiliates has made a series of OPSEC failures and have exposed open directories, which are available on the Hunter platform. There are blogs about this if you Google. And I mean, going on, we've got Qlin. This is another sort of super active ransomware group. You've got Qlin and Gentleman, which are, I think, probably the top two in 2026, which isn't a good thing to be in the top two. But look, these are big groups. There are lots of affiliates. Mistakes are bound to happen. And we can use these mistakes to gain intelligence. You can Google Control.Intel Qlin. You can look on the website and have a look at these blogs and see what we're able to ascertain from these OPSEC failures. For the Qlin one here, there were 5 different open directories over a 6-month period, multiple successive OPSEC failures, and we could link it to the same Qlin affiliate, which is really interesting, that they're just persistent in making these mistakes, because it's part of their operational tradecraft to, maybe if they learned through CTFs, they're just used to sharing files like this. And then a really, really big one down there, the Open Directory was found on the 13th of January this year. Fancy Bear linked the GRU. They made a pretty significant operational security failure, which exposed a lot of their operations, which had been going on for years, I believe until 2024, until it was discovered in 2026. Funnily enough, that particular threat group, that IP address had been attributed to Fancy Bear, and they'd been using it regardless for years, until they made this really critical OPSEC failure. And this APT group, as you would call them, after being exposed and collaborating with partners, we could disrupt and get this server taken down, so it no longer exists. So those are a few examples, and this is really just looking at the big named groups, and this is just off the top of my head, from what I've found, or what we've found with Control.Intel, or what's been shared on social media. But there is, if you go back to the screenshot here, in the past month, there's 1,500 different open directories which have been archived. So there is really significant amount of data, and a lot of it just isn't touched or isn't discovered. We published a blog on FUDcrypt. This, once again, came from an open directory finding, which exposed a lot of data, including the source code. But this is a sort of malware as a service, or a crypto as a service operation. So before we go and sort of talk about this, and look at the database and do some pivoting and some cryptocurrency analysis, what is crypto? What are cryptos? So malware gets detected by antiviruses, by EDRs. Cryptos are designed as a tool to help threat actors evade detection. Okay, so it will take in a binary and executable malware, and it will package it up, or it will obfuscate it and encrypt it such that this new crypted binary can be ran, and they are FUD, or fully undetectable, as this one here was advertised as the world's best FUD cryptor. So in these sort of cybercrime ecosystems, there is a market for crypting as a service where threat actors, look, they don't have the capabilities to deal with obfuscation and packing, and they just want to get their malware out there in the wild as quick as possible and it not get detected, they may go to a third-party platform like FUDCrypt, where they can submit their malware and it will automatically package it. And we will go into the sort of nitty-gritty details to some extent in this workshop, in this session, of how this works. But the website is now gone. It's taken down. Days after publishing the blog, they decided to take the project down, which was great. This is a criminal operation disrupted. If you look on the website and you can find a scan of it on URL scan, it says trusted by 10,000 customers, and there is 1 million builds created and a 99.9% FUD rate and a no log policy. So the server side, they don't log anything. This means cyber criminals are safe to use it, as if this data is in the hands of law enforcement or somewhere else, or a server gets seized, there's nothing to be found. Those claims there all were false, particularly the no log policy, as they were exposing all the logs alongside the source code and the backend database. The true claim here is that you can pay with crypto. However, the cryptocurrency payments were all logged, and we will get into that later. This data is basically available in its original format within the workshop. So you can play around with this. You can investigate, do your own sort of investigations into either the malware or the users. Some has been redacted, certain strings or tickets due to profanity, because we are dealing with criminals. And it turns out that the criminals which registered for this service weren't that happy. You can go through and actually have a look at the platform itself, and you can see, look, there's the admin dashboard, and there's 195 users. So this trusted by 10K customers claim, we've refuted that straight away. We can also see the 1 million builds created is very far off the 334 builds created. You can carry on going through, and it looks like a legitimate, maybe well-built platform. It's got billing, a change log, a support sort of capability. You can look at the sort of telemetry of within the dashboard and the platform itself, what has been built. And here you can see, for example, the timestamps. Payloads have been encrypted. And we've got two columns here, the payload column and the carrier column. This payload is the raw malware. This is what a cyber criminal or a threat actor has submitted to be crypted. And the carrier is how the crypting actually works. So these are all legitimate applications, as you're aware, Zoom, CC Cleaner, Proton VPN. And what is going on is DLL hijacking. And we'll get onto that into a second. We can also see the payments here by different users. A lot of them are pending, so they didn't actually occur. However, there were some successful payments, and we will get to those later. But if you wanted to use this, you could choose your own sideload carrier. And this is where we're coming into the DLL hijacking. This crypting platform came with 20 different sort of variations for signed legitimate binary and malicious DLL. And I'll explain what this is in a second. But this crypto works by packaging the malware within a DLL, and then this DLL gets loaded into a trusted binary, which would be sent to victims. So a victim would run Discord, and they may check the Discord executable, and that's signed. And the same for Slack, Elements, Session, and Zoom. In our blog, we explain the full list of carriers and combinations. But as you go through, there are other options you can configure. Maybe you want to establish persistence. The crypto will have the capability to establish malware persistence with the startup. It also has anti-VM and anti-debug capabilities. But this is sort of crime as a service. Nothing is free. And here we can see the pricing and the sort of different plans. So it looks maybe like a legitimate business, but obviously what's actually happening here is It's a capability which allows threat actors to hide their malware within legitimate applications via DLL hijacking and many other techniques. But the pricing ranges from $800 per month to $2,000 per month for enterprise, where you get unlimited number of builds. Evasion. Okay, so there is a lot going on. We really go into detail in the blog and sort of go through all the combinations and explain it and screenshots. DLL hijacking is one of the core sort of tenets of the evasion stack, in that there were multiple legitimate signed binaries that were available to be hijacked. Everything from Microsoft binaries like OneDrive, even Windows Defender, Microsoft SharePoint, Notion, Obsidian, Evernote, Canva, Zoom, the list goes on. As part of the crypter, it also employed API hashing. So when you've got a malicious binary malware, it will have to import functions from DLLs, and certain functions are affiliated with malice. So if these functions are seen within the strings of a binary, it may indicate something bad is going on. So this sample employs API hashing. So it hashes the strings of the imported functions. For example, get proc address, AMSI scan buffer, and ETW event write, in order to sort of obfuscate the functions it is importing, because these are particularly noisy and maybe would upset an EDR. FUDCrypt also uses AMSI patching and ETW logging to try silence AMSI and stop the event tracing for Windows generating telemetry. And it also uses process environment block masquerading to try impersonate the process, impersonate a process. So it's not running as this malicious, or this Windows Defender, whatever the package is, it tries to impersonate Explorer or some other trusted Windows binary. We really go into detail in the blog there. Hijack libs. I mentioned DLL hijacking was a big part of the crypting setup. None of these had been submitted to hijack libs, which is a really, really, really great website, and a lot of work goes into tracking the vulnerable sort of executable and DLL combinations, which can be abused by threat actors. So you can see Josh submitting here just a few of the combinations we found there with the reference blog. So this is a great resource that I would highly recommend. So we understand at a semi-high level how the crypting service works, right? You can register, you buy a subscription, you pay with cryptocurrency, and we were able to access the database for this here. So I'm going to open up Timeline Explorer here. This is a tool by Eric Zimmerman. And what I've done in the course, you'll get access to the raw sort of .SQL file, and there's Sublime text involved, and you can sort of pivot through this on unique user IDs. I've used AI just to chop this up into some CSVs and open these up in Timeline Explorer. If you can't see it and it's a bit too small, that's fine. We've got some slides which cover this as well. But when we go to the payments and we see like payments which are actually confirmed, there is only a small number. There is only sort of 3 confirmed payments. One of them was only a test. It was 20 USD. This was likely done by the threat actor. However, we see somebody get the basic plan, which was 800, and we see 2 customers go straight in for the enterprise plan. And we can see their corresponding user IDs here. We can pivot on these user IDs. For example, this one ending in 83, and we can look at their maybe sessions over here. So let's pivot here, and we can see there is 1 session associated with this user, and it's from this Cloudflare IP address. We've got the user agent. We can also look in the user's database, and we can see a corresponding username here, which is this Proton me. We can look in the support tickets, and and see they're complaining, they're asking questions, they're asking for their money back, they're unhappy, and we can go across to the support messages. And interestingly, they say, look, I want my Bitcoin back, and they tell us this Bitcoin address, or they don't tell us, they're telling the owner of the platform that they want their Bitcoin back, which is interesting. What we can also see is what they've built, and we can go here and we can pivot on the ID and see the samples they've tried uploading here. And there's a lot of samples. Fortunately, it logs the payload hash for us, and we can see the sort of the carrier types this threat actor attempted to use and the options they were configuring. There was another user which paid. So I'm going to go back to the payments here. This was 2,000 USD payment, and we will go back to this. This is this vendor SBTX. We can have a look at another sort of user up here. The other user which paid $2,000. We can go to their sessions, and now we can see that they started authenticating from some residential US IP addresses, and then eventually they moved to Cloudflare. I believe the threat actor might have put the domain behind Cloudflare at some point in time, and then after that, the authentication IP addresses were sort of passed through Cloudflare as a proxy, and you don't see the originating IP. However, to begin with, at least we can see some of the IP addresses, and they appear to be not a VPN. We can hear once again, we can look at the support tickets associated with the user accounts and what they're saying, and the sort of support messages back and forth. Here they ask, would it be possible to crypt an executable into a single executable with no DLLs? And then they would want to contact them on Telegram. So we saw FUD by default. It will output the malware via DLL hijacking with this sort of trusted carrier, this signed binary. They didn't like this. They wanted just a final packaged executable. But what is interesting, they told us their Telegram. So we can link this Telegram to this IP address, and we can also link some of their cryptocurrency payments. So that was quite interesting. We can go back to here, and just to highlight, there were the two people which transferred $2,000 worth. One had a username China New Year, the other had this Proton email address. And we could see the cryptocurrency wallets associated with these threat actors which paid. So for example, this vendor SBTX, on the 18th of February, they made the payment $2,000 worth at that point in time. I don't know how much it's worth now. However, they raised a ticket requesting a refund to be sent to this address. So we can sort of use additional forms of intelligence. We're taking the investigation from, right, we found an open directory, just like you would, where there's source code and there's malware. We can nerd out on the malware all day. We can reverse it, as we did in the blog. But we've also got some context. We can see them talking in messages about their cryptocurrency addresses, and we can see them talking about their sort of Telegram accounts. So we can use these platforms here to sort of enrich the investigation and provide additional intelligence, which we can see here. So we can trace the cryptocurrency payments to where it's being made to FUDcrypt, right? This is what the threat actor was paying for, and we can have a look at the associated wallets. They requested a refund with a different wallet than the one they paid for. But regardless, looking at these wallets and the transactions in a short number of nodes, as in a short number of distinct transactions, we can see them directly passing money to and from sort of trusted crypto exchanges like Bybit, Binance, or PaxOS. And this is, once again, not sort of best practices for a cyber criminal. Typically, you want to obfuscate and have the number of sort of transactions as far as away from the cryptocurrency exchanges, which may have KYC data and may be able to identify. They would be able to identify the accounts registered on these platforms. Of course, cyber criminals frequently use stolen identities or fraudulent accounts on crypto exchanges. However, it would provide the opportunity to go to these providers and if you're working with law enforcement or relevant authorities to gain additional information. So yeah, I mentioned earlier, we had users and sessions. We could see where the users were authenticating from, the IP addresses. And here, as I mentioned earlier, there was that message we saw. So we believe this is a US-based threat actor. And they said, can you crypt an executable, no DLLs? You can contact me on Telegram. I did this earlier, and I've got a screenshot of it here. We're pivoting on this user account, this China New Year user account. That was their username. And once again, it was linked to the Telegram Manipulate, which is one of these sort of OG usernames. They're hard to get. But we can see the malware they've uploaded here, 5M and Red Shell Beacon. And we can see the hashes, and we could recover the binaries. So this, once again, isn't the crypted payload. This isn't. This is what has been submitted to the platform, the raw malware. And we can do some analysis of these samples of malware. I'm not going to be reversing them in this workshop, but we can upload the hashes or open them up. This one is a .NET loader. So this 5m.executable, all it does downloads a second stage. It downloads more malware. And it uses the Discord CDN to host the malware. Eventually, we can see it also downloads and dynamically loads another .NET binary. This is DCRAT, and we can see the C2 IP address down there. This is another VPS. And moving on, we can see the next one was named by the threat actor Red Shell Beacon. And looking on Virus Total, this has been given the threat label Red Shell. This isn't actually a sample of malware or a name I've heard before, Red Shell. I'm not sure if anyone in the chat has heard of this. I had a Google and I saw some things about it being used in Steam malware and in game mods maybe, but I couldn't find any official reporting, or I wasn't Googling effectively. But regardless, what I wanted to highlight, this user here, this manipulate user, we're going to go from their Telegram. This is the malware affiliated with this user. They're both sort of in the end, rats, remote control. It would allow the threat actor to have remote control, and they have the same C2 IP address. So it's different variants of malware, although at the end, we're seeing the same C2 IP address. So this is the threat actor's Telegram. You could do some OSINT and see their username. I believe they've got Telegram Premium here. But they've received gifts on Telegram. You can send gifts, and looking at some of the gifts which they've received, they appear to be from other threat actors, other cyber criminals, and they're asking a message over Telegram gifts, which is a weird way to communicate between threat actors. Maybe I'm guessing sending them money or sending them these Telegram gifts is a way to get their attention rather than directly DMing the person. But in terms of OPSEC, we can now see this manipulate threat actor, the one which registered to FUDcrypt and had that DCRAT malware. He received a message saying, please answer him. He need his refund to get wallet logs. So I believe this is wallet logs or cryptocurrency wallet logs. This is sort of the terminology threat actors would be using. He had received multiple gifts from other threat actors, and we could, doing further in OSINT and digging into these sort of identities, you can see them talking on other forums previously about Verizon and It appeared, although we will not be going through all the evidence and all the connections in this blog, that this was a threat actor affiliated with cryptocurrency theft and potentially SIM swapping. But it looks like they'd also been deploying rats and malware as another method of gaining initial access to a system and stealing cryptocurrency. So to wrap up, there is so much Open Directory telemetry out there. Day in, day out, they get scanned. You can find live ones or you can find archives. And you can go a lot further than just saying, look, I found this Open Directory with these malware and these payloads. If you've got access to the C2 telemetry, the server side logs, you can use these to your advantage. You can put your digital forensics hat on, but you're not analyzing a victim machine. You're analyzing the forensic artifacts associated with a threat actor server, which they've exposed on the internet. And when you do these investigations and the particular type of data they reveal, you can go a lot further than just maybe doing a standard like IR analysis where you've got an intrusion and you're looking at it from like the SOC's perspective. So you can imagine being a SOC analyst or an IR consultant or whatever. You get to an incident, you're scrambling to try find the logs. You want to figure out what's going on, but the seam is down or the logs have been overwritten. The advantage of using threat actor infrastructure is that you're using the server-side telemetry. You're looking what they're running from their own machines. So you don't just get visibility into maybe the one machine you're investigating. You can see sometimes threat actors which have C2 servers and data exposed with tens and tens of victims, depending on the intrusion or the tradecraft or the type of threat actor. It really offers a unique perspective when investigating them. And as you saw here, particularly with the database, we could pivot and we could enrich what could have just been a standard. You upload malware, it gets encrypted, and you've got DLL hijacking. Well, we're now getting closer to saying we've identified the customers. We can see where they're authenticating from. We can see how they're paying, and we can pivot and use OSINT to gain additional information into these adversaries from their communications on Telegram via GIFs, which is a kind of a weird way of figuring out what this threat actor is up to. But you often see on Twitter, if you do hashtag OpenDir, you can see people sharing tweets of lists of files which have been found in open directories. We at Control.Intel, we like to go further, whether this is by analyzing the malware and finding vulnerabilities in the C2 protocols, or whether this is by parsing the serialized Cobalt Strike Java object logs, so you can actually see what commands a threat actor has ran on all their victims across all time. There is a lot of intelligence value to be extracted from open directories than just a listing of files and hashes. And you can really build up a picture of how a threat actor operates through a few mistakes. And if they make mistakes once, they're likely going to make again. As I mentioned earlier with Qlin ransomware or Chilin ransomware, the pronunciation is probably a bit wrong there. As we saw, they did 5 distinct servers. They made the same mistake, and we could pivot and find these all. So yeah, I'm just about to wrap up there. That's the end of my slides. I'm not sure if I'm running out on time there or that's all good. I will stop sharing now. But yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed that. I think I've got some messages there. Okay, I had a 5-minute warning. I didn't actually see those warnings there. I'm not sure if we've got some questions. Okay, hello John, you're back.
Hey,
Yeah.
just thought I'd jump in to help out. But hey, that was phenomenal, dude. So cool to, I don't know, pull the thread and see how far the rabbit hole goes between not just, oh, sure, malware, but like, what are the adversaries doing? What are the conversations they're having? What operations are they working through? And even tracing their cryptocurrency payments. It's just too cool.
Yeah, man. There's a lot
Yeah,
of content out there that's just like individual analysis, but seeing the whole chain of evidence and how it really builds a narrative, I thought that was awesome. Well done, man.
thank you, thank you. And I see we've got a question there from Hector.
Mhm.
How does one determine which threat intel is legitimate and accurate? That's a really good question, and it's a hard one to answer. So you can see threat intel may be delivered in the format of blogs, um, or incident reports from vendors. So this could be from Control or Intel. This could be from Huntress. Incredible blogs always going out from Huntress, always winning. It's hard. You have to trust a vendor or a third party, really. Usually, if it's accurate and it's good, there will be a list of IOCs, or there may be some samples which are referenced. There'll be enough technical detail and dirt that you can maybe corroborate it yourself. That is what I think makes good threat intelligence. And I'm going to be completely honest, you could be scrolling through Hacker News or some other cybersecurity journalist news shop, and there is a lot of FUD, or like maybe threats which are misinterpreted, or mistakes which happen. So it's a hard question.
Ben, this isn't really a question, but I saw it.
Okay.
It might be a good one to comment on. So they're actually making their own startup right now, I guess, similarly to this. So maybe take a read of that. Maybe share some advice and some lessons learned.
Okay, let me. I'm working on my own startup now to monitor domains who did what. Right now, that will help system and security teams monitor their domains for who did what. That's a good question. I'm not I've never started a startup myself, and domain monitoring isn't something I specialize in. I could recommend some other platforms which I know do something similar. Unfortunately, this is not my niche, so I'm going to have to say that I'm not entirely certain for that question, but. And I'm glad that really excited you. Can't wait to dig in more. And this is the thing, right? This happens day in, day out. You can go out on Shodan Census. If you can get a Shodan lifetime subscription once a year for that £5, you're going to be balling, because it's really worth it. And you can always go out and poke around. So yeah, and that's the course there where we go into it and we break it down. I didn't in this workshop actually share the course content or walk through it. I'll leave that for you all to do. But yeah, I would encourage people to dig in more. This is very much, I do this in a lot of my spare time, and I'm sort of overflowing with sort of Open Directory failures. And particularly right now, we see a lot of AI abuse, whether this is AI is developing tooling, or whether they're actually using agents to go out there and do abuse. The agent will often leave an Open Directory open. If it wants to stage a file, it's pretty clear when you find an Open Directory which is full of Python scripts, hundreds of Python scripts with like v1, v2, v3, v4. And this is, I don't know, Claude or Codex in the background ripping apart, and they're jailbreaking the models to actually go out and do this abuse. It happens, right? You see it in the news. We're talking about Cobalt Strike here. This is something it's not really discussed, the server-side artifacts. Everyone deals with Cobalt Strike when you're doing an IR and you want to figure out what their name pipes are and how is it being used, what payloads it's dropping. But really, if you can access via their own mistakes the threat actor servers, you can get everything from the Cobalt Strike team server bin files and pass these. Someone said, why do threat actors share that activity on forums? Don't they want to be undetected? That's a really, really, really good question. And I would say some threat actors maybe we're talking about state affiliated groups or APTs. Yeah, they want to be undetected. They want to be persistent in an environment for a long period of time. On cybercrime forums, I feel like it's a lot of people showing off. They want to show off their skills. They want to be the best elite hacker. And I'm not, these are financially motivated people. They may be on social media. They may be on X posting. And I say they are on X. There are cyber criminals all over social media. And sometimes they like to interact with researchers. They like the fame and they like people calling them names, right? They get to be called shiny hunters or scattered spider, right? And these groups like this. So that's a good question. Yeah, usually when threat actors talk a lot and they're active on forums, I think they're more likely to be caught or tracked down. As you do see, oftentimes threat actors forum activity from years ago leads to them being identified, being de-anonymized, because yeah, the data is exposed. But yeah, I hope you. That's a funny question, Ian. That's a good one. But yeah, thank you very much, John and Anthony. It's been great to be back once again this year.
Well, hey, thank you, Ben. You always bring an awesome show and a super interesting story and real case study, which is the coolest thing. Like, no, for real, these are what threats are out there and how it all happens.
So I was gonna say, man, like I wish, like especially when I was learning, getting started, I wish I had access to something like this with real data, real world telemetry thing, and in a nice, safe environment, you know, and some guiding and prodding along. So, really appreciate you making this content, man.
Of course, I'm more than happy to do it, and I really hope to see you back in a year's time presenting again.
Yeah, another one, round 3.
I don't know. I don't know if you're planning. I don't know if you're planning it, but if you are,
every year, yeah, we are continuing. Yeah, for sure. Thank you very much, Ben. Appreciate the time.
Take it easy. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Holy cow, Anthony.
John, we are here. This is the final countdown. This is the final wrap up of ContinuumCon 2026, man. How's it feel?
It is the end. Well, I will
bittersweet
start to wind this thing down, I think, if that's a-okay. We'll go ahead and get a couple more visuals up. We'll go ahead and get some of the screen share. But thank you, everybody, for hanging out with us, for spending your weekend with us. Seriously. And I hope it was fun. I hope it was valuable. I hope it was worthwhile. I hope you had some exposure to a whole lot of different parts and pieces and ends and different aspects and directions in cybersecurity, because it's a whole wide world. There are so many different parts now between, AI, between Active Directory, between AWS and infrastructure, web application firewalls, local models, tracking threat actors, malware analysis. Like the list goes on and on and on. But my goodness, we had a good show, my friend. That was quite a conference.
We really did. Yeah, we had a little bit of everything from all skill levels to cutting edge to trending to old school cool. Just a little bit of everything, man. It was awesome. I enjoyed it a lot.
But, well, hey, the question is for you, chat. The question is for you tuning in. Whether you throw it in chat, whether you throw it in Discord, whether you just let us know on YouTube, on Twitter, on Twitch, on LinkedIn, like, you know, we've been everywhere trying to help spread the word, but I hope you had some fun.
Yes, let us know, please. We are definitely looking forward to ContinuumCon 2027, and we love feedback. Like, tell us what we can do to improve. Tell us what you liked. Tell us what you want to see more of. Huge to hear that.
I know I sound like a broken record, but I just have to keep saying thank you. All the gratitude, all the appreciation for everyone. I don't know if you caught on, and that every workshop just about was basically its own course. And it's not just, presenting live for 45 minutes for a half hour, or just cranking out a video. It's literally building out these virtual machines, these exercises, these files, and curating that so that you have some awesome educational experience. So please do drop in the chat for Ben, for Chris, for Matt, for Juno, for Jamie, for everyone that's participated in ContinuumCon. Nice. Well done.
It's so nice. I mean, they've been working behind the scenes, like 2 to 3 months now. Like, so, you know, everyone in chat, like, you haven't seen this, but this has been something going on. They have been working, designing. They've been trying to figure out how to deliver the best experience that they can for you, how to make something useful and valuable. So they've been putting in a lot of work. And yes, from my end, from John's end, huge thank you for everyone from the workshop authors, really putting in a lot of work to deliver some high quality, high value content. I was very impressed.
Can I squeeze in maybe a little bit of an extra thank you, but I know maybe a little bit of an unsung hero here. Huge shout out to you, Anthony, and Dawn for backstage production, and everyone quite literally giving up your weekend to keep this thing on the road, to keep the wheels on, to be live streaming for 16 hours.
Has it really been 16 hours?
Something
I mean,
like that, you know,
like
over
that.
a dozen for sure.
John, couldn't do without you, though, seriously. So, look, team effort all around, and I really appreciate you being here with me and going through all of this for months now as well with the planning and delivery, and you're spending your whole weekend as well, too. So thank you as well, too, man. Appreciate it.
Well, just a little bit more for us. Hey, we've been trying to tease the fact that we've been live streaming all this, but if you grabbed access with the tickets, that will get you into those workshops. That's where the real true value is. And you might have caught on, hey, there was just a bit of a discount going, and we'll keep that cruising for June 22nd or so if you want the 20% off. But Anthony, you and I aren't done yet.
No, ContinuumCon continues. So next Friday, June 19th, 1 p.m. Eastern, what do we have, John? What are we going to do? What are we going to talk about?
Well, I've been given some words. Yes, a redux, a recap. Hey, we're going to be doing a little bit of an aftermath, a little bit of a post-mortem where Anthony and I can kind of let our hair down, talk about how this all shook out, all the workshops, maybe talk through some of the capture the flag solutions if we want to do any fun live demos. But we will announce the winners of the capture the flag there fully, officially, because we have extended it just a bit. Is that right?
Yes. So we've extended the CTF until tomorrow at 12 p.m. Eastern is when it officially ends. And we're going to be tightening up everything at that point. We're going to do a full look at all of these submissions. If there's any adjustments we need to make, because remember, there are full incident reports that are manually reviewed. So that is something part of the CTF. Now, June 19th, we're actually going to reveal the winners and their prizes. And we're going to give you a huge shout out and a lot of praise and a lot of recognition on that stream. So you want to be there for that.
That is the last chance to snag that sweet 20% off discount code if folks wanted to keep getting a little bit more access for ContinuumCon, ContinuumCon 2025, ContinuumCon 2026, what will continue to be ContinuumCon 2027 and more. Yeah. The conference never ends. Was there a sweet little screenshot you wanted for the current state of the CTF scoreboard?
There was, yes. So the CTF scoreboard, there are some preliminary results going on right now. We might have our top 3 winners at this point in time. William K99 clinching number 1, KLIMT at number 2, red blue team. So we got some purple team action going on over there, and number 3. So we do have some preliminary results, and we have, look at that like list right underneath, 2,500, 2,500. That's what I mean. It's kind of neck and neck. It's a little tight. So we don't know the full results just yet coming up, but early congratulations and awesome work to everyone getting involved. I hope you've all been enjoying the CTF so far.
Well, we'll see you next Friday. We'll get a couple more feedback forms out and about sent over email for the entire conference. But if you have been shipping through those workshops, please do fill that out. And I don't think we want to keep yapping any longer, do we? Are we done? How are we feeling, Anthony? Is this over?
I think it's just about over. I just also want to shout out to Don here in the background. He is doing a lot of backstage work. So Don, thank you very much from John and I. I'm sure you are handling all that stuff you see in chat, all the links and all the coordination. Don is the wizard behind the scenes. John and I are just here kind of like showing up and doing stuff. Don is coordinating it all, and huge shout out to him too. Just want to say thanks for that. Make that clear. But I think we're good, man.
Let's call it. Let's call it a day. The end of ContinuumCon 2026.
Day 3, it is done. What should we do next year, man? We should do something crazy, something wild, something new, something never before being done. Should we claim that now, or is that too much?
It feels a little risky. Let us know in chat what crazy shenanigans you want us up to again.
Looking forward to it. So once again, thank you everyone for attending, everyone in chat, everyone in the recordings when you see this as well too. Hello. Thank you for paying attention and staying engaged with all of our content. I had a blast. I'm going to eat some pizza after this. I'm hungry. I'm ready to eat. I'm ready to take a break, but I had
Pizza
a blast.
Sunday. Absolutely.
Yeah, Pizza Sunday. Yes. John?
Let's tune out, my friend.
We're good to
We'll
go.
do it again soon.
We'll see you on Friday, 1 p.m. Eastern. Be there.